Hi, Talbot. I didn't see you walk in. Let's stand and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Let's pray. We ask for your wisdom as we begin this meeting. We acknowledge that we need your wisdom and insights as we welcome your presence among us. Guide us in our discussions and decisions, helping us to seek what is best for all involved. A brief moment for your own intentions. A motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move to approve.
Motion is second. I'll give the second to Commissioner Severn to approve the agenda. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. I don't know, has anyone heard from Commissioner Creed? Last I knew, I have not either, and I know she has not been feeling very well. Prayers for her recovery if she's still homesick. Opportunity for public comment. Does anyone wish to come forward from the public to speak for us today? Anyone from the public wish to speak for us? Not seeing anyone come forward, let's go down to equalization reports and updates.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane, Director of Equalization. We have one OHE appeal, which will be July 23rd in Pierre, and obviously we have legal representation for that. This is for the Hunt properties. We have started changing the ancillary buildings to owner-occupied per Senate Bill 154, which has to be done by the end of the year for assessments next year, which will actually be a huge tax savings for those people that have previously had those accessory buildings that were not owner-occupied. The appraisal staff actually appraised visited 276 commercial properties last month that they will be working on those appraisals in the fall. So we are on task to get that project done. John and Jill did attend an SDA-AO conference for continuing education, as did I attend a tax policy IAA 402 class. And I'm happy to report that we do have $30,100 collected in vendor permits, which is actually 59 applicants that have paid. We have 83 people that have applied, so obviously there's more coming in. Of those, 18 are new, which is about 22%. Typically we have about a 30% ratio of new applications, but I think we're pretty on task for any year other than an anniversary year. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Any questions for equalization? Let's move down to facilities reports and updates.
Good morning, Commission. Ben Petrocco, Meade County Facilities Director here with a quick report just on some of our workload from June and early July. I don't have a whole lot to report other than what that KPI document shows. We had just kind of another fairly average month with 45 work orders. We did have 2 after-hour call-ins to the law center. We've been dealing with quite a few plugged condensate drains on the heat pumps in the ceilings in the law center, and it's caused a few water leaks. So we've spent a fair amount of time going through every one of them and cleaning them all out. It's just kind of something you got to do this time of year when we switch into full-on cooling. So another thing we had happen was one of the amplifier that runs the overhead speakers in the building decided to go bad. I think it was at like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. It was on a weeknight, but when it did, it emitted a high-pitched, shrill, buzzing noise over the whole PA system. So it was not good. I was able to come in and get it shut off, and then the next morning I actually had a spare unit that we'd pulled out of one of the old court system sound systems. So we swapped it out with that, and it's been good now. We did complete a fairly large plumbing project in the jail kitchen area. So historically, we've always had problems with having water backup and drain issues from that area. So we went ahead and replaced all the pipes in the garage below it into the main lines and regraded everything so that it's all flowing better, and hopefully that'll take care of that. On the jail exterior, the resurfacing project is nearly complete. They just need to finish up some of the caulking on the lower levels, and then we will continue with the painting of the exterior doors, jail window replacements, and window frame painting to match the doors, downspouts, and gutters. And other than that, we are just trying to catch up on some of our outdoor landscaping type work that we've kind of gotten behind on. And right now with the heat this week, it's been kind of a challenge to keep the courthouse cool. As always, that system's just kind of tough when we hit, the mid-90s even. So just kind of staying on that and kind of monitoring that. I guess that's kind of all I have to report for the month of June. Anybody have any questions for me?
Any questions for Mr. Petracco? I think that's about it. You'll be up a little bit in the agenda there,
right,
too, Ben, so thanks. Human resources.
Good morning, Commissioners. Deborah Bransrud, Meade County Human Resource Director. Our monthly June report was posted. I guess the best news in that report was our new hires for the month of June. We were able to successfully fill the senior IT tech person, and we have a very happy director of that department. I think Tony will introduce Mason. Also, the HR generalist position was filled with Madison Penfeld, and Madison is sitting with Rhea this morning, so she's joined us full-time and a great addition to our team and for Meade County. And also, we had 2 correctional officers start in the month of June. So, very good for us there in the hiring. Outside of that, I don't have anything else for this particular time. Any questions?
Any questions for HR? Madison, I usually thank you, and she's Deborah, and both Madison has volunteered to help us out up here on the dais with Rhea departing, and that's, I appreciate that. We typically ask our new hires if they'd give us something about themselves, if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit.
Sure. I am from Rapid City, South Dakota originally, and I currently live in Spearfish and graduated from Black Hills State in 2024.
Great, real good. Well, thanks, and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Uh-huh.
Brings us down to IT.
Morning, Commissioners. Meade County IT. Tony Cummins. Before we begin this morning, I'd like to officially introduce Mason Borbelli, who recently joined Meade County as our new senior IT technician. Mason has been with us for about 2 weeks now, and I couldn't be happier. He's fit right in. He's hit the ground running, quickly learning our environment and already taken ownership of several important projects that we had on pause. He's currently stepped up to lead the deployment of our new 1Password enterprise management system and our new Asset Panda asset management system that we've been trying to get up and running. These are 2 significant initiatives that will improve both our security and operational efficiency. More importantly, Mason has demonstrated initiative, professionalism, and willingness already to take ownership that we were looking for in this position. So we're excited to have him on our team, and I wanted to officially introduce him to Commissioners in Meade County.
You're welcome. Do you have anything you'd like to share, Mason?
My name is Mason Borbely, and for a fun fact, worked on Pentagon, whole entire Marine Corps, and then worked on Marine One for the President, for both President Trump and President Biden.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
He comes to us with a great background in military cybersecurity, so you can imagine how happy I am with that.
That's a good thing.
Yep.
Do you have anything, speaking along those lines, Tony, do you have anything to add with Pennington County situation?
I don't have anything to add per se, other than, from our side of the fence, we did our due diligence, got some IOCs from the three-letter agencies in, incidents of compromise or indicators of compromise, sorry. Nothing popped up on our side of the fence, thankfully. Good time to reiterate its importance, our final defense is our end users, and the security awareness training helps end users to kind of spot those red flags in those emails. It just takes one click. That's all it takes.
Oh, good. As much as I cuss you every time I click on those, I appreciate everything you are doing for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions for IT?
No, I don't think. Yeah, I'm just going to stress, it's really about the users and what they're picking on. I don't know if that's the Pennington County issue.
Right. I can't confirm. I don't know.
It is even work and home. Just be aware of what you're.
And just one last item with Pennington right now, and what they're going through. We're actively trying to assist where we can. Rob in Treasurer's office has reached out to get one of our employees over here, and we're in the moment. Mason is going to finish setting up those IT pods today to have a member of their staff come over and do some work. We're also got a temporary workstation set up in our dispatch center. But I just heard recently, yesterday, late afternoon, that most of the Pennington County have been shipped to Sioux Falls, so they're already set up down in Sioux Falls. So, big mess. Any questions on KPI? Pretty similar on average for work requests or work orders for the month of June. Outside of that, I don't have much else to report. I know you guys have a busy day today.
Hey, thank you. There's
Thank
no
you.
other questions. Thanks. Yep.
Welcome, Mason.
Yeah, welcome, Mason. Veteran Services Emergency Management Reports. Anyone here? Sean. Brings us down to C1, Equalization and Executive Director and Director of Equalization. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane. So it is bittersweet that I share with you that I've submitted my formal resignation as Executive Director and the Director of Equalization effective August 14th. I want to sincerely thank you for this opportunity to serve Meade County for nearly 38 years, from starting as a part-time employee while attending college to ending by serving as Executive Director. It has been an incredible journey and privilege. I am grateful for the experiences, the trust you placed in me, and the opportunity to spend my entire county career serving Meade County and its residents. I want to thank the current Commission for your leadership, support, and confidence you've shown in me. It has made these final years of my county career especially meaningful. To my colleagues throughout Meade County, particularly staff in the Equalization, Planning, and Auditor's offices, thank you for your dedication and friendship. The relationships we've built are among the greatest rewards of my career. Most importantly, thank you to the citizens of Meade County. Serving Meade County has been more than a career. It's been an honor and a calling. Although I'm closing this chapter, I am pleased to continue serving our community as the new city administrator for the city of Sturgis. Thank you again for your confidence, support, and friendship over the years. Serving Meade County has truly been an honor of my professional life.
One thing I'd say, Rhea, is we might have challenged you the last couple of years, but I thank God you were here for us to challenge because we really needed your help.
Yeah, I will reiterate the same thing. It's just you've stood up for, and every task we've thrown at you, you've been willing to take on without reluctance. Sometimes you maybe should have had some reluctance, but with that said, you took it on, and we got through it. And been a tremendous part of the county for a long time, so we certainly appreciate that. Thank you. It's congratulate you on your new adventure, and I know for a fact that City of Sturgis has gained a new hire, great hire.
Thank you, Rhea. I mean, it's been a whole lot easier being up here with support from.
I'd be pretty lost here without you helping me through it.
Well, just know that I believe you all are in good hands and things will be positive moving forward.
You're not going very far.
True, I'm a phone call and
I
a block
still
down
have
the
your
street.
number. Yeah, you should have maybe picked a further spot because you know we'll be calling you. I would assume we need to accept this with a motion and.
I'll make a motion to accept Rhea's resignation.
Second.
Motion second on the floor to accept this resignation effective August 14th. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Good morning, Commissioner Creed. No, you're fine. You haven't been feeling good. Right. Well, if you get to feeling ill, don't be afraid to do what you need. I haven't. Okay. And my other one, so. Okay, let's move on down to facilities.
So this is, I was wanting to revisit this conversation we had in the last meeting about bringing on one of my temporary employees to a full-time position. Trying to get approval for that. You know, as I said before, I feel like we're definitely shorthanded in this custodial team for sure, and some of that overflows into the maintenance department as well. It's kind of put us behind on several projects that I would have liked to have at least started by now. I did include a list of some of the stuff that we're kind of behind on in there.
Any questions for Mr. Petrocco? I guess I'll start. Couple things. You were asked last time if you could absorb this into this year's budget. Do you feel you can?
I can't say for sure that I can absorb all of it until we get closer towards the end of the year, just due to kind of what happens with some of the breakdowns and whatnot. But I do know I have, I think, roughly $16,000 by my calculations left over in that assigned law center project fund. I think it's going to cost a little more than that for this year. So we might potentially be okay, but I can't guarantee that I'll have enough to cover that full amount.
And that's strictly in the assigned funds. Then
that's in that assigned one, yeah.
Your other portion of your budget would be pretty well full, I'm guessing.
It usually is. It usually goes down pretty tight.
And that's what I figured. So
yeah, I mean, I've got some parking lot repairs in there that I have budgeted for that we might be able to get a little bit back on. I just hate to say for sure.
And it's probably, I mean, we need to look, basically, and that was my other question last time, was we need to look outside of what we funded, because when we go to budgeting next year, obviously we can't take away from what needs the project that need to be done. So what approximately will this do to your budget for next year? Well, how much will you think it'll add?
Well, I think when we did the original numbers, it was for 6 months, so it's...
But this will be, you're on full-time for a full year, not just for 6 months.
Oh, for next year you're asking?
Yes,
Well, by my calculations, if we had 36,000, I think was the numbers for 6 months. So I'd say it's got to be double that. So you're looking around 73 to 74,000 additional.
Ms. Bransford, could you come? It would be a different step, though. However, was that correct? Not a different step, but the title would be a little bit different, so it may be just a skosh different. Is that correct?
No, he would remain at the position he is in now. It's just that his step would be equal to that of the other full-time custodial building worker. The amount that I was given to research just for the 6 months of this year, which now I think we're less than 6 months by the time he would start, his salary would be an additional $21,000 for this year. And then with taxes, benefits, SDRS, the total amount for 6 months equaled $36,778 for 2026. Now that would not necessarily double because he was earning part-time wages, so it would probably be around 60 something with benefits next year. The salary itself is $42,800 for a full-time custodial worker at that level.
Are we currently paying a bunch of overtime to part-time guys with your work backload?
No, we've got some overtime due to elections and call-ins and whatnot, but we're not consistently doing overtime. We're just behind on a lot of things that aren't getting done.
One person with more hours to get it
I think with 3 full-time, we can manage. We did it before, seemed to keep up pretty well. As you can see there on that list, it breaks down some of the daily cleaning. You start looking at some of those numbers, and when you're talking 72 restroom fixtures in a day to clean, it's tough for 2.5 people to get around all of that. Same with all the glass cleaning and just the square footage of stuff. So I just really feel like if we could go back to the 3 full-time, we would have more time then to do, the carpet cleaning and have Clint possibly help with a little bit of that groundskeeping stuff too, because for one person to get around all the groundskeeping has proven to be a very tough deal.
And previously, before we shifted departments, there was three.
Right. Plus, we had another half person in our department, because now I'm not just in the field, I'm in the office as well. So whereas before I was able to do more on the maintenance end of stuff.
So it would be, what we're looking at doing today is taking away a part-time and adding a full-time. Does that position, I know you have the guy in mind, does that have to be opened up technically?
I don't think it does if we're just
But Deborah
moving.
said no, yeah.
Yeah.
No. I didn't know, yeah.
I move we move this part-time to a full-time position effective next pay period.
Motion is second on the floor to move this part-time position to a full-time position, effective the next pay period. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you for coming in, Dave.
Thank you.
Let's go to highway.
Good morning, Commissioners. Troy Eastman, Highway Superintendent. The first agenda item is our monthly report with traffic counts. If anybody has any questions?
A lot of cars and a lot of dry roads.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Any questions on a lot of up in the northeast portion of the county. Avalanche. Let's move on to F2. Excuse me, I skipped one. E2. Thank you.
The project updates that we have going on right now, we've been doing the auto seal on both Elkvale Road and New Underwood Road, which the second lift is now complete. They still will need to sweep it off and then do a fog seal over top of that, but otherwise that portion of the project is done. They've moved now up to Van Ocker Canyon, where they're doing just a normal chip seal on that road. We also have the asphalt patching that was done on New Underwood Road is all done except for the south end, which there's a half a mile that we decided to pave instead of put auto seal on, just to the nature of the road itself with the hill and the curve and the amount of truck traffic on that road, which is part of the change order there for the agenda item number 4. I guess I should have probably included that, or at least put it next to it, but But yeah, so that's what's left on New Underwood Road, and we're also doing some crack seal work on that road. We're not doing anything else where there isn't any patching or surface treatment. Just something that needs to be done, and the contractor was available for that. So we're trying to get those cracks sealed up to keep the water out of the road as well. Then let's see, what else have we got to do? Oh yes, Haynes Avenue. That's the big one. Yeah, that one, different contractor. We've been working on it for a while. The patching on that one, we've ran into a couple issues with soft spots. There's like a spring underneath the road, and we had to create a change order and come up with a different plan to try to drain that. Basically, put a drain tile underneath the road to help alleviate the water that's surfacing there, because we couldn't get compaction in those areas. So. Of course, the pipe that we needed is on back order, so it's on its way, but it took a little bit, but we had other work to do as well. And then they started the asphalt patching, the bottom lift down in the 2-mile section where the base stabilization is, and we're working on that right now. There's a couple changes or areas with the density that wasn't quite meeting what the specs are, so we're trying to work through a solution on that as we speak. So that is more to come with that.
And Troy, just so everybody else knows, I guess, but they went through and patched all of the locations. Then, as they get done with patching, they're going to go back and mill the old asphalt in a section, most of the sections between, and then go back through with an overlay. Correct? So
yes, it'll all be one continuous mat on top. It won't be start and stop. But yes, they'll mill off those patches that are new. I mean, that was the plan from the beginning. Those are just temporary. Most of the asphalt's going to stay, but it's just enough to bond to with that entire, top layer.
Just so everybody is aware, the people that do drive that road, obviously should be driving around that road. It is 35 miles an hour all the way through that roadway. And Pat, I appreciate all of your support as well.
Yeah, it's been difficult to keep the cars out. I know people live there, and we expect that. But yeah, if everybody else could help us out by letting us get the work done, it makes things a lot easier, especially going slower, and don't go that way if you don't have to, would be great.
And, I mean, it shortens the project if we're not like.
Okay, any other questions on updates?
On that Haynes, do you have a completion date idea?
Yeah, I believe is it the 1st of November? I have to look back at the plans, but obviously before freezing, it needs to be paved, and they were well on track to be done ahead of then. But of course, with these changes and unknowns that you always seem to run into, it extended their schedule a little bit for sure. So
the contract was substantial completion in November, but the original schedule they had was, I think, in July.
Yeah, it was about 2 months from the start is what they had scheduled.
It's going to be into August before we get.
So when are they going to move over to the other road then?
The New Underwood, you missed. New Underwood is
I'm
completed,
sorry.
Except for paving on one mile, but that's a different contractor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just have a little bit of cleanup to do. The fog seal is just they sweep it and then just spray it real quick with this fog seal, and then that ought to seal the 7-mile section will be done minus the half-mile paving that we decided to do on the Pennington County line north.
I wonder, I haven't gotten any calls.
Well, may decide to do. It's on the agenda.
It is.
Yeah. On the agenda. I know we talked about it. So there's no more. I mean, they are done with New Underwood Road. And I was on it Sunday. It drove real nice.
Yeah, they're done with the Autoseal application, and then the rest of the patching north of that. But like I said, we are having a crack seal contractor do some of the cracks in between there, so there will be that going on, but that doesn't take very long. It doesn't really hold up traffic as much.
Hey, any other questions on these updates?
So Troy, if you have any updates that you want to share with the public via social media sites, if you'll just send that to Tony and I, we can get that out there for you.
Okay, well that'd be great, because yeah, there's always something in between commission meetings that happens, it seems like.
Let's go down to E3, the Big P application.
Yeah, this is the big grant replacement program that we get a lot of funding or grant money from the state. This is on Wilcox Road. It's another one of those kind of on a road that doesn't see a lot of traffic, and but yeah, it's one of those deals. It's a bridge that needs to be replaced, and how do you go about it, or box culvert, or there are other options we're going to look at, perhaps a low water crossing, just to try to save us some money and something that makes sense for both, us and the residents that live there or use that road.
And this grant is for the hydraulic portion of this. This is the see what the bridge replacement actually would be. I've asked that we look at some other alternatives, which historically I don't know that we've really pursued, and it's kind of a difference in engineering outlook, I think. But what I'd like to have them look at on this particular road is a low water crossing in lieu of maybe doing a box culvert or a bridge. Save the county in the long term, but we have to get all of the agencies to agree. But this is just for the engineering portion of it.
Remind me again, what is the average daily traffic count on this? Probably pretty low.
Yeah, it is very low. I was looking at that because I knew somebody was going to ask me, but I'll have to get that number for you, and I'll inform you as soon as I get it. I'm sure Tammy's probably listening right now, and we'll shoot it over here.
You've been in touch with the landowners and residents of the road?
No, I have not recently.
But I do believe there is a bypass currently around this one.
Yeah, they can get around. Yep.
Well, I'm not necessarily opposed to the low water crossings or the alternate. In fact, I've been pushing it on some of these, especially with some of them that I think last year on the one that was approved was like 10 cars a day, I believe. So to put millions of dollars into that. Now, with that said, there's a lot of commodities that still need to be moved on some of these roads as well. So yeah, let's just keep everyone in the loop. But I'm intrigued at looking into all the roads.
Yeah, I mean,
This
one's
makes
off
sense.
section line. It makes sense. All of these bridges were given to the county,
Yep.
so it's our duty to maintain.
I almost think it would be good to almost set a policy if we could, if there wasn't a certain number of average traffic a day on a road, we almost
There's
look
a lot
at
more to it, though.
Well,
I think
I
section
know
lines
that.
versus through roads, all of the things that.
And how much water and stuff, I realize, but
And the state has kind of changed their, the parameters of the program as well. So if it's like on a dead-end road, a lot of times, usually that just automatically eliminates it. But again, there's other factors like the amount of traffic that does use it also plays a role.
And what traffic uses it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times when a whole bunch of people are harvesting, for instance, need something. So, okay, so we'll need action on this.
well, I just know in Sturgis for decades we had some low water crossings on Bear Butte Creek that, of course, are now expensive bridges, but at the time it saved millions and lasted for decades.
Make a motion to approve the big grant application for 47,382.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the big grant application for 47,382,368. Any discussion to that motion?
Make sure that it does read PE application. Not
Any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carries. E4.
This would be the change order that I was talking about earlier for the New Underwood Road, that half mile of paving that we've all kind of verbally talked it over and agreed would be a great idea to pave versus do the auto seal there just for durability and long-term reliability of the road itself. We did save some money with the AutoSeal surfacing, the oil that was originally proposed. We looked at prices and availability of what was out there right now with the oil prices, so we saved money in that, and then so we used that money towards this paving.
I'm going to just clear it in, as far as, and partly I used the wrong choice of words a bit ago, when you said we've all discussed it. I know I've asked you if something like this would work,
yeah.
And then I discussed it with Rich, and I don't know if you discussed it with anybody else, but that's fine. We as a commission never sat down, nor did we really make a decision. I was the one that used the wrong choice of words a little bit ago, so I don't want the public to think that we made any decisions outside of what we're going to do now. So that's the reason I bring that up. But, this makes sense.
Thank you, because I was feeling left out.
Well,
I didn't know about it either.
And sometimes we leave you out, Talbot.
Yeah, well, it's probably for the best most times.
But no, I just wanted to be clear that I brought this up to Troy. This makes sense to me. I'd like to get this pavement where the Pennington County and Meade County line is a terrible spot. It's right on a corner, right on a hill. And what's been happening with this gravel, and I sense the same thing will happen with the AutoSeal, is it's going to be a change in a level. And that change in level right at that curve and right at the top of the hill is a bad safety issue in my opinion. So what I asked what this would do to the budget on this project is if we would pave to get basically to the bottom of the hill to more of a straightaway. Is that what this is going to do?
Yep.
So we're not dealing with a bump right on a curve in the top of the hill. And that's where this came from, and that's what we're looking at today. I discussed it with Liggett, Commissioner Liggett, and I think you discovered it with Commissioner Severin a little bit too after we had talked about it. But to me, it makes sense to do this.
And we did talk about it in our morning meeting last time, and the durability of that section makes sense.
Yeah, there's also that approach there that also adds that traffic turning in and out. So the more durable surface is definitely a good option.
It's still within our budget.
Any other questions, comments on this?
So there's available funds in the budget to do this.
And we will have, some of these are in assigned funds, so probably we're fine as of now, I take it, but we haven't seen too many bills on Haynes, so we may need to get some of that assigned stuff ready for us for next time, because all the New Underwood Road was under assignment. So my point being, we had $4 million sitting there that currently, as of whenever the auditor got the budget stuff ready, we'd only spent like $362,000, so I'm sure that $4 million is going to be ate up. So we better get some assignments looked at for next meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve change order number 1 for.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor to authorize this change order. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Any other questions for Troy?
One thing about the pay app there, that's that other attachment, that was for the work that's been done so far.
We need to approve that one too.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve pay app number 1 for New Underwood Road and also Elkvale, correct?
I think I have to reread this one. What was the total dollar amount at the bottom? Okay, yes, it is for both.
And just for clarification, so we are paying for this project, and then for the Elkvale portion, Game Fish and Parks is reimbursing us for that work.
Yes.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the payout number 1. For, is it $259,470.07? Is that the total, Troy? That's the total of all of it. I see the 280. Yeah, I guess we wouldn't have to include this amount, but
right. The current payment due is $259,470.
So we'll include that in the motion.
I think you should also include in the motion the amount that the state is going to be paying, since residents continue to wonder.
Don't have that broken out on.
Well, let's make sure it's in a note. The motion, the action would be appropriate to have but make sure we have in the notes. Don, if you can make sure in the notes that the state is paying for all materials on the Elkville portion.
And this was so this is pay app number 1. We'll have another one coming up, and that will include a portion of Elkvale as well as likely most of.
Yeah, New Underwood, most of that should be on there other than that half mile of patching.
So we'll have another pay app, and at that time we can break this section out.
Yep, and I had Burroughs do this prior to the job starting as well, just so the Game Fish and Parks generally knew kind of how much to expect this year, and all the work we did last year was already paid for separately, so we know what that was with the gravel and everything. We did add a little bit of gravel this year, just touching it up prior to the Odyssey, but all the gravel and the base stabilization has been paid for already from 2025.
Okay, can you, for the next meeting, could you just have that in the board docs for us,
Yep.
and the public can see that as well?
Sure.
That'd be great. So we have a motion and second on the floor to approve this payout number 1 and the amount of $259,470.07. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Troy.
Yep, thank you.
Let's go down to auditor, F1, audit reports and updates.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dawn Christensen, Auditor. I would also like to express my appreciation and gratitude to Rhea. Rhea, thank you for your mentorship and your continued help in the Auditor's office and with the elections. Our updates, the primary gubernatorial runoff election. Important dates. Yesterday was the voter registration deadline. July 21st at 9 o'clock. Next Tuesday, we will have the public tabulator test in our office. July 27th is the last day to absentee vote in our office, and we encourage you to do that, especially those in Sturgis that may not want to deal with traffic going out to the high school. July 27th at 9 o'clock, we will also have our school for our election workers. That'll be up here in the commission room. July 28th is the election day. Today we will discuss the date for the canvass meeting for this election. And on August 19th, we will have the post-election audit in our office. And just another big reminder that the polling location for those who normally vote at the Sturgis Community Center, that polling location has been moved to the Sturgis Brown High School.
There'll be signs posted at the community center.
There will be signs. We got big signs to put outside. There will be signs at the door. It has been all over social media. It's been on the radio, newspapers. I think we've had good coverage to get the word out there. So, but please continue to share that information.
You know, there's been quite a few stories about people coming in and changing their registration to just vote in the runoff. Have you witnessed any of that?
There has been several. I don't have numbers to give you, but there has been several.
Hundreds, just quite a few.
Quite a few, yep.
When I got in here this morning, you weren't in yet, but your staff told me that yesterday was a very busy day with people.
It was busy with registrations and voters coming into, I think, the last 2 weeks, and it usually is. Typically, the last 2 weeks gets busier.
I think the tally had about 600 and some absentees thus far.
Yes, yep.
Which is almost more than you had at the primary at the same time period.
The primary, we ended up with around 1,100 total.
Yeah.
So we may exceed that.
These last 2 weeks is always picks up. Any other questions on elections? Seems like it's Groundhog Day and it just never ends.
Yep, it's when this one's over, we'll turn around and start with the next one, because absentee voting for the general will start in September.
Okay, let's move down to F3.
The budget reports through June are in board docs. Looking at the expense budget report, most departments are right around that 50% mark as we hit the half year.
We're hitting the half year, but I'd like to note that typically, especially in Sheriff's Department, rally's a big contributor to it, so it's always for the rally.
Construction projects will also.
Highway typically goes up. Any other questions on that?
Next, we have the overtime report. There are 2 payrolls that we've had since our last meeting, and then there's one comparison to 2025.
I'm going to note, as liaison to the auditor's department, there is significantly more overtime in that department than typical, but I think we all know why. The 2 elections that we've had, and I've expressed that to Dawn. I know that's something she was a little concerned about, but nonetheless, we've had a big election a couple months ago, and we had one we didn't quite expect as well. So, I want to take obviously she was concerned about, but it's explainable in my mind.
I'd like to thank you. It looks like the communications and 24/7 didn't have overtime hours. All right.
Thanks, it's Thomas, right? Give him a gold star, would you? How about one of those certificates you give and a photo op of all of the dispatchers thanking him?
That's a big endeavor.
Good. Any other questions on overtime? Comments? Now let's move down to proposed canvass meeting, trail runoff election.
We are proposing to schedule the canvass meeting for the 2026 primary runoff election for Monday, August 3rd at 12 o'clock. This would be directly prior to the planning meeting, and that would allow us enough time to get our meeting done and for them to set up for their meeting.
This is pretty much the last chance we have to do this. Is that correct?
Correct. This would be the last day. It has to be done this day or before.
Yep. I know you and I discussed it, and we both thought this would be a good day that might help Commissioner Wyzorek with he's got planning that day, so I thought give him a chance to be yours as well. So we'll need to take action on that.
I'll move to approve canvass meeting for August 3rd at 12.
I have a second.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor to approve the canvass meeting for Monday, August 3rd, 2026 at 12 p.m. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. That brings us up to Golden Valley Homeowners Association Road District.
A meeting to hold the election for the proposed Golden Valley Homeowners Association Road District was held on June 30th. The total ballots cast was 43. Ballots cast in favor of the incorporation of the road district was 27. Ballots cast against the incorporation of the road district was 16. So with the majority voting in favor of the incorporation, we request approval of the order of incorporation for Golden Valley Homeowners Association Road District. Also in board docs is the map, the election results signed by the judges. And after the election, they held another election to elect their board of trustees. And that is also in there. The board of trustees elected For a one-year term is Tim Brady, a 2-year term with Steve Allender, and 3-year term is Peter Hills.
Ken, could you come forward, please? So we need to approve the order of incorporation, but is there anything else in this order of timeline that needs to take place?
The timeline from here is up to the road district to do.
After we approve the incorporation?
Yeah,
okay.
but after you do the incorporation, they're their own separate legal entity, and they have to ensure that they do the publications that are required of this order. Okay. It'll be in our minutes, but they do have some steps that they have to do on their end.
Okay.
So, but if you're satisfied with the legality of the election, then you do the order.
Sure. Does anyone from the road district want to come forward? You guys have any comments?
Thank you. Good morning. Peter Hills, one of the trustees that was elected on the 30th of June. Just want to express our appreciation for all of the work and effort on the part of the county staff to assist the Homeowners Association to put this together and for the folks that live in our community to make this decision. So we understand the challenge we faced in terms of getting through all of the logistics to put this in place, and so we are prepared to move forward and hold our first formation meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments from the commission?
Comment I'd have is if this new board intends to do a levy, they're going to have to hustle. They're going to have levy to the auditor's office before the end of September with their budget.
Yes, we're aware of the July 15th date, and in fact we have our first meeting for Wednesday evening, July the 15th, to address that specific tax levy issue.
The July 15 is a informal cutoff from the auditor's office, but there's a statutory that they'll meet.
Yeah, I think statutorily the only July date I would know is if they're doing an opt-out. But if you're doing a straight budget, but yeah, good that you're going to get on it. The other thing to pay attention to is you've got 2 years to figure out your budget, and at the end of the second year, you're going to be stuck with a 3% cap. So, I've seen some road districts miss that deadline before they get their budget figured out, and then there's really no way to catch up. So,
I think, we'll have an election for the 3 officers positions Wednesday evening. Probably going to put my hand in to be the treasurer for the organization, so I appreciate those comments very much. Thank you.
I'd echo what Talbot said, is make sure that you set your levies and your budget where you need it. We see a lot of road districts that passes, and 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, struggling.
I think as we discussed putting together the budget for the road district, I think we've already identified probably two components in that budget. One is the ongoing operational costs, and possibly the need to establish a reserve function for future improvements that we obviously identified are going to be needed on our roads.
Okay. Oh, good. Any questions, comments from the commission? Hearing none, this will require a motion to approve the order of incorporation.
I'll make a motion to incorporation of Golden Valley Homeowners.
I'll second.
Motion is second to approve the order of incorporation of Golden Valley Homeowners Association Road District. Any discussion to that motion?
And there was no discussion. No.
I'm sorry?
There's no issues with how this is presented.
No.
Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you very much.
You guys have done. We do have just a brief moment. Let's skip down to commission, which is J on the agenda. We don't have quite enough time to get through planning before our hearing at 10 o'clock. communique is just some updates. And J2 is a comment letter to the Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Creed, you had some insight on this.
I think we all got that letter from the National on that, urging us to all lobby for it. I did talk to Jennifer down at Black Hills Council. They got the same thing too. I asked if there was any particular numbers that she thought we should include from our areas, and just recommended that we all send that attachment that came.
They're asking us to approve this letter and send this in.
Yeah.
Any other discussion to this? Questions, comments, and/or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the letter for NACO.
I'll second it, only because we don't do this very often.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this letter to send off with Chairman signing. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
I'm going to vote nay as well, so it'll be 3-2. Which motion carries. Commission reports and updates. Any updates from the Commission? Any updates anyone would like to share? Not seeing any. I'm trying to waste about 30 seconds here. So I'm trying to pause and we can go to our hearing. We do have another ambulance meeting today, which will be after this meeting.
Had a union meeting last week, but we'll talk about that in exec.
We are good. It's 10 o'clock, brings us up to our 10 o'clock scheduled items, which is the second reading, the Meade County Ordinance 60, County Gross Sales Receipts Tax. Typically on any of these, I'll open it up to the public first. I'd like to see if there anybody that is a proponent for the Commission going this route. Any proponents in the room to this? Not seeing any proponents coming forward. Is there any opponents? Opponents to the Commission taking a look at this? Anyone just kind of on the fence, just wanted to say something? Not seeing anybody coming forward. I'm going to close public testimony on this item at this time. Commission, open up to Commission questions, comments.
I'm going to thank the Pioneer for not putting Wendy's story behind the firewall on that, which was nice, so that non-subscribers could read what we did at the first meeting. And when we asked for public input, I didn't get any input. Anybody else?
I got one email in support of.
Do we just Ria's is how do you show Michael? How do you show on?
Oh gosh, I will get him on if you want him on.
If he's available, if there's any questions from the Commission, there actually is anyone. I do have a couple questions about the use tax and how that applies, but that would be the only reason. So this is the second reading. There is more to come with this. Any other questions, comments on this? And do you have any updates? You've had a couple meetings with the Department of Revenue.
Yeah, the only change in the ordinance for the second read was questioning on the language and the purpose. So that has been rephrased to address the Commission's concerns. I was also asked to run this by the Director of Revenue. His basic response was, I don't care what's in there as long as you get something passed. So the specific language in adding the 2 paragraphs that were at issue is not of concern to them. Had some rather substantial conversations on implementation after the adoption of the ordinance. They are working with the vendors, including ours, to get the software changed to allow for both the calculations and the additional language that's necessary in the tax notices. No word definitively on having it be available for this upcoming cycle. We can start with the reduction in the next tax year for 2027. We don't have to. We would be acting on that as a projection of what the revenue is going to be for this, for reduction. And that decision doesn't have to be made until closer to the time. So at this point, all that's in front of us is adopting or not adopting the ordinance, and then it'll be published and effective, and we will be in plenty of time to get our certified mail out to Department of Revenue to let them know that this has been adopted.
So you're saying that you can start giving owner-occupied relief as early as January 1?
Yes, when the tax bills go out.
Based on a projection?
Yes, based on projection. The attachment there is the supporting data of the homeowner tax relief plan provided by the Department of Revenue that was used that was used at the legislature. That is projecting for Meade County that owner-occupied taxes collected will be roughly $4 million and roughly a 50% reduction overall. Those are projections. Obviously, the state works on projections all the time for sales tax. We work on projections for real estate taxes. They come in during the course of the year, but we've already planned on spending them. It's basically the same thing here, and the board will have to look at whether to do a full 50% reduction or something less.
When you're saying 50%, that's not 50% of your total tax bill. It's
Right.
50% of the county portion of
On
your total tax
owner-occupied
bill.
only, yes.
So with the county applying 30 to 35% of that tax bill, it's not. Yeah, we just got to be clear with that.
Yeah, it's not your total tax bill. This is, again, owner-occupied only is the only thing we can play with.
It can go in if it gets over that 100%, but obviously at 50% it's not going.
Right. I mean, you can reduce it what you want. The focus here is we are generating sales tax. It goes into a fund so that theoretically when I come in and pay my taxes, I'll pay 50% less of my county side, and at the same time we'll draw from this fund to pay in my reduction. It's a cash flow issue as to when how much and when you want to start that for a later discussion. Then we're only dealing with the money that comes into the county general fund anyway. So if there's a shortfall in any particular month, we're not hurting or affecting any other taxing district. This is strictly the county side.
I guess as we get closer to figuring out what that percentage is going to be or how that looks, they were going to ask us as we do this. Don't know that if we project that this is going to be whatever the number is off, right? We have to pick up the additional.
Correct.
So set that the right number.
So how is your colleagues around the state looking at this? Are they looking at doing that immediately, or to me it, and again, this is a conversation for another time. I'm just kind of waiting for Howdy Shell to get on.
Michael, are you on?
But to me, it seems, you could get yourself in a little bit of trouble, or you could give, say, a portion of that projection too. That's one item that you and I discussed. But with that said, you could. How are the other counties looking at it? Are they waiting to get the full amount first and then apply it, or
most of the counties are just doing their first read in July. So I don't think they've reached that point of the conversations. I have not with any of the state's attorneys. Some state's attorneys' offices are on just typing up the ordinance, and that's the end of my involvement. Others, like Lawrence County, is the state's attorney's office is very involved because he's also the commissioner's assistant. But I do not know what percentages of the available funds anybody's planning to use. Some discussions with revenue is, one, yes, we can do this next year even though the funds are not in hand because they'll come in during the course of the year. Two, don't plan on taking it all because it is an estimate and we don't have good history for the rural sales numbers. He said the rural sales, they track all the municipalities because they collect taxes for all the municipalities. So the urban on the Department of Revenue sheet is a pretty solid number, and there's historical data to support that it fluctuates but not greatly. The urban, essentially what the state did is said, well, here's all of our taxable sales statewide. Now we'll take out the municipalities and what's left goes to the rural. And then we'll divvy that up on the percentage of rural people that are in each county in comparison to the state number. So it's a guess.
It's a mathematical equation they put together they hope is correct.
Yes. So the Department of Revenue's initial was don't plan on 100% the first year because you don't have good solid numbers and you're not sure of cash flow. You know, taxes are due in April. The sales revenue may not match or be anywhere close to the cash flow based on taxes that are being paid in April, property taxes, and being able to withdraw from the owner-occupied fund to get into our budget.
Rhea,
so those are considerations for later, but yes.
Rhea, from an equalization standpoint, when would that decision have to be made?
Sorry, I'm focusing on getting Michael on the phone.
You're fine. I've given you a couple jobs to do, but that's typically what I do anyway. You should be used to that. From an equalization standpoint, when would the decision of how big of a portion we'd allow for the owner-occupied, when would that have to be made?
Actually, that's going to be a question that's going to be handled on the auditor side because it's actually going to be a credit that's shown after a levy has been established.
I thought only us elected officials transfer pass the buck, but I guess you're going to do that. So when would that have to be made, Don?
I haven't really thought about an exact date. Levies are due to DOR, I believe, October 1.
I think.
I don't have any of that information in front of me. I've done it once, so
I'll
have to look into that.
The decision would have to be made.
You're going to set the levy, and then the levy, you're going to have a number that you think the tax is going to raise, and you just subtract it off the levy. That's how this is going to work.
December is when we print the tax bills.
Yeah,
but
so we'll have to have
we
it
would
figured
need
out
to
before
know
you print the tax.
prior.
So this current commission will have to make that decision.
Michael, can you hear us?
If we're going to apply it next year, or if we're going to wait till the
Correct,
20.
because it has to be done before the tax bills go out. And again, that depending on the technology.
That was the question.
Do we have to apply it next year, or can we?
Do not.
Can we collect it for a year and then apply what
Correct.
we collected? Which I think is a much better way to do it.
I agree.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Howdy Shell is on.
Right. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I just think
I agree with you.
I'm really worried about how they calculated the rural part because I don't know how the dynamic works. Given that how close we are to Rapid City, whether our rural people buy like online as much as maybe somebody that's Perkins County.
To me, it's way more responsible to have a full year of collection and then base your decision based on that collection.
I totally agree.
I just don't think there's, as far as being responsible with it, I think that's. Mr. Howdy Shell, are you on?
Hold on, I have you muted.
Mr. Howdy Shell, you're muted. Are you on? Mr. Howdy Shell?
He is there.
Can he hear us?
Can you hear us, Mike? I'm going to send you a phone number, Michael, and we'll just have you call in.
I would note that one of the attachments on this agenda item is the webinar that was put on by the Department of Revenue for the State's Attorneys Association. He had another webinar open for state's attorneys to call in, and it was presented essentially the same documentation, explanation of the program, estimation of dollars, and just thoughts, if you will, on what this law means for different people.
So, next question for you, Ken. This is an ordinance by resolution. So, therefore, it would, since it's an ordinance, it would always take 2 hearings, two readings that has to pass to change the amount, to change anything within it. Is that correct?
The only flexible items in here is that we may withdraw up to $20,000 the first year and up to 2% years thereafter for administrative costs. That is a determination that the board would make annually. And again, what's the cash flow look like and what's our costs look like? So you don't have to take the max. Everything else is passed at the ordinance. Implementation is done in the future. So that is
the max, but we do have the 20,000 and the max included in the ordinance, so therefore it'd have to require 2 readings just like anything else.
No.
Ordinance. Why is that?
No, because the ordinance allows for up to the fees.
Followed by the pound sign.
So you can determine as things go on.
So, which is the max? So okay, it's fine, but it just wouldn't. Yeah. It wouldn't even necessarily have to be in this resolution.
Correct. You may determine that the sales tax revenue is large enough that 2% is too much for administrative.
So that brings up another point. Would that be wise to have out of the ordinance in case they would raise the max, and then that'd be because you'd have to change the full ordinance to change that.
We would have to change the full ordinance if they change the state statute.
So in other words, it'd be beneficial to have out of the ordinance, so you wouldn't have to have 2 readings to up the max if that was ever changed statutorily.
Correct. This is those 2 paragraphs, paragraph 6 and 7 of the proposed ordinance, the state administrative fee and the county administrative fee. They put in there for transparency. Just, the sales tax money that we're collecting is not all going to owner occupied. There are some fees associated, really small fees. I mean, we're talking $2,000 or $20,000 with an estimated $4 million.
So we could take it out, or we could say something along the lines of up to the max that is allowed by statute, and that would cover us on transparency, and plus it would cover us if there was a change to statute.
Yeah. I would rather take it out than have language be flexible.
I don't disagree, but you mentioned the transparency. How does the rest of the commission feel about that?
No, it's fine. I mean, we do that on a lot of ordinances where we take the numbers out.
Yeah, into the fee schedule.
I would just hate to see it if the statute allowed for an increase, then we'd have to have 2 readings passed to change that.
Yeah.
Versus just changing that.
And both the state administrative fee and the county administrative fee are statutory. So there is transparency in the statute. This is just advising our citizens that we will be doing this.
Yeah, questions, comments, that?
Take the max each year.
Well, and that's what I agree, but
it's not going to cover. I mean, it's not going to cover your overhead screwing on.
No.
All this.
That's what I just soon as out of the ordinance after thinking about it.
I mean, it's not even going to cover software. So.
Do we need a motion to take that out?
No.
It's not. Nothing's approved, so.
No, nothing's approved, so those will be removed from the final.
Unless there's any objection from the commission, let's take that out.
And the other change, as far as that introductory language, you're fine with the change to?
I like the change.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if we take it out, we're still going to get it then?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a statutory.
Do we have?
Yes, I believe he's on.
Mr. Hoddeshill, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yep, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you for joining us. Question I have, just Chairman Deering with Meade County Commission. Question I have is on the use tax portion of it. I've heard different things on the street as far as use tax. First of all, explain use tax. I'm a little more familiar with use tax because I'm in ag than some people might be. But with that said, could you explain use tax? Use tax is obviously you pay it versus sales tax. Is that correct?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, this is Mike Howdy-Shell. I'm the Cabinet Secretary of the Department of Revenue. No, I appreciate it. Appreciate the question. So the use tax is a complement to the sales tax, and essentially the purpose of the use tax is to ensure that any, purchase of goods and services that's subject to the sales tax, if it's not taxed for whatever reason, that the purchaser has to pay the use tax on that in the same amount. And just kind of an example that's fairly common that we see with individuals that maybe purchase services from an out-of-state service provider. So I'll just use an example of like legal services. And I purchase legal services in Pierre, South Dakota, and I use those legal services here, but that attorney is located in the state of Minnesota where they don't tax legal services. If those legal services aren't subject to the state sales tax when I pay for them, I would be liable for the use tax in whatever the sales tax rate is in Pierre, South Dakota. Similarly with goods that I would purchase. So if I you gave the ag example, Chair Deering. This is an example that does come up, in the context of that, where if I purchase a piece of machinery in another state that's not subject to sales tax in that state, but I bring it in the South Dakota and I use it here, the use tax would attach on that piece of machinery when I use it in South Dakota. That's probably not the perfect example because this county optional sales tax would not apply to the purchases of farm machinery, but it gives you an example of how the use tax works in that particular scenario.
Okay, so now you just...
Does that answer your question?
Yes and no, but you just hit on the what my second question was going to be, and that's what I had heard, was machinery purchases will not be subject to use tax for this county portion, but they currently are for the state portion. Is that correct?
So that is correct. So farm machinery is actually taxed under a separate chapter of the code. It's not subject to the state sales tax in Chapter 1045. It's actually in 1045E. And that chapter does not apply to municipal sales tax. So if I purchase a piece of farm machinery within the city of Sturgis, it's not subject to the city of Sturgis tax. It is subject to the state sales tax. Likewise, if Meade County were to do the county sales tax, it would not apply to that purchase of farm machinery.
And I'm sure you have a listed definition of what farm machinery is and is not. Is that correct? Within that statute?
That's correct. Correct. So you basically, right, I mean, any, tractors or implements, are defined as farm machinery in 1045E, and, basically would follow the same rules as the municipal sales tax. So that implement dealer in Sturgis that sells farm machinery, they're not charging the 2% municipal tax. Same thing here with the county sales tax. It would not apply.
Okay, and that surprised me with the numbers that was put out several months ago, because I noticed some counties, and I could be wrong, but it seemed like, let's take Dewey County, that they had some rather large numbers of percentage that it would help out with their owner-occupied, and that at first didn't make sense, other than they have two very large implement dealers. So if that doesn't take effect, I guess, and obviously you wouldn't have the answer right off the top of your head, but it seemed like that was the only thing that made sense to me in a county like that.
Yeah, so it's a good point. We did back out farm machinery, so that's not showing up anywhere in those taxable numbers that are in those estimates.
So that was in some of the original numbers, what you're saying?
No, it has not been in those original numbers.
Okay.
It was always backed out.
Okay.
Where like at Dewey County, where that is probably kind of skewing as overestimating, has to do with that rural portion that Ken was talking about. I did hear that part. So like Dewey County, some other rural counties actually have rather large populations that reside outside of municipalities. And so they're probably getting a disproportionate share of that per capita rural share than like Meade County or another county that's maybe more sparsely populated outside of the municipalities. So I think that's kind of what's going on there.
Okay. And sorry, we did get off track a little bit, which was my fault. But so as far as the ag stuff goes, there's a lot of things that are ag exempt on sales tax. Obviously, we're responsible to pay that on the use tax end. Are anything but machinery then would qualify for this county sales tax then? Is that correct? That's exempt, ag exempt? Or is there something else that I'd be missing?
Absolutely. So anything that's exempt under 1045, which is the state sales tax, would be exempt under this new county option sales tax.
So any ag exemptions exempt from this county's tax?
Correct. Just like they're exempt from the municipal sales tax, they would be exempt from this county tax. So yes, the best way to think about it is anything that's taxable under Chapter 1045, the sales and use tax, would be taxed under this new county tax. Anything that's under 1045 would be exempt under this tax.
Anything that's taxable, but okay, so and use tax doesn't apply to the 1045, so that's how you're explaining that. Is that correct?
So,
yeah, I mean, if you don't pay a sales tax, so you're just saying anything exempt under 1045.
Correct, and you don't pay a use tax on things that are exempt under 1045. If it's exempt, it's exempt. There's no sales tax, there's no use tax due on it.
Could you list some things that are exempt under that? Obviously,
well, you mentioned a lot of different agricultural purchases, feed, fertilizer, those types of things are exempt. Most medical products are exempt. Medical services are exempt. Advertising services are exempt. Those are kind of some of the bigger categories. Anything that's purchased by an exempt, like an exempt municipality or unit of government. So things that the state purchases, that the cities purchase, school districts, so on and so forth, would all be exempt.
Thank you. I think that concludes my questions. Any other questions for?
Yes. Mr. Howdy Shell, this is Doreen Creed. I have been interested in rally sales tax collection from non-permanent license holders way back since Secretary Viken was in office.
Sure.
My pet peeve has been, having been around here a long time, I'm completely convinced that 90% of the outside vendors that come to Sturgis would not be coming if indeed their sales only match the bond that the Department of Revenue asks for its vendors, more or less on a self-reporting situation. Last year, I happened to run into two of your revenue agents. They kind of stood out. I asked them if, again, a new food vendor was being charged a $500 bond, and they said yes. And I laughed at him. I said, you're telling me a vendor who charges $20 for a hot dog is only paying a $500 bond for sales tax collection. One reason I am supporting this ordinance is because I believe the county can recapture some of the money it costs. For instance, Sheriff West just told us a couple of weeks ago, our law enforcement overtime during the rally is $260,000. The only revenue we currently get is from vendors. I know in the past the city has lobbied the state. I know Daniel Ainsley has lobbied the state. I know that apparently you have to be a revenue agent in order to enforce regulations. Revenue agents do not stay the entire length of the rally. I would love to have a meeting with the Department of Revenue and some of the sales tax people about the sales tax collection, about the largest event in South Dakota. I realize statewide this rally has a huge impact on South Dakota's sales tax collections, primarily because those collections are coming from permanent sales tax holders who can be easily audited by the Department of Revenue. We know many of these other vendors are here and gone. The amount, a couple of years ago, UPS told me that they have more deliveries midweek and during the week of the rally than any other time of the year. They bring in all kinds of extra people. The amount of sales tax we collect, I do not believe reflects the sales. And I was told by a city official that the reason the Department of Revenue leaves midweek is because they do not want to pay overtime to revenue agents because it's not cost effective. I hope that information is wrong. I hope that there could be a review of what these bonds are. It's been a long time since there's been any high, years ago, there was a vendor that was taken to court over not paying all their sales tax. Do you believe there's a problem?
Commissioner Creed, thank you for the comments and the feedback. And certainly to the meeting question, I mean, we're more than willing to come out whenever and sit down for a meeting. And I do believe we had folks meeting out there, I think it was a couple of weeks ago with some folks at the city, which we do every year.
Right.
And I don't know if there's any county participants on that meeting, but that's certainly something that we're willing to do. Regarding the bond issue, I know that there are certain criteria that we look at. The anticipated gross receipts from that particular business when the amount of the bond is established. It's certainly something I can discuss with my staff to see if they've got any thoughts there about whether we need to increase those bonds for certain types of businesses, those types of things, and I appreciate that feedback. As far as the overtime question, I did hear that the last meeting. I think you had made a similar comment, and this is simply not true.
Okay.
The rally is by far the most amount of overtime that we pay as a department to our staff is during the rally.
Okay.
We have folks that are coming over from Sioux Falls and from our offices, West River, from here in Pierre, from Rapid City, of course. And so, yeah, I mean, they're definitely putting in overtime during the rally when they're out there working. And, you know, we've got a pretty good presence that's out there, you know, doing the best we can to keep tabs on all these temporary vendors. And yeah, I mean, it's a challenge. I won't, you know, I won't say it's not. But I feel like we've definitely made improvements over the years, especially when it comes to simplifying the filing process for the vendors. We've gone more to electronic filing, where we can get them set up right then and there to file their taxes electronically and pay right then and there, where we're not having to deal with so much cash, which would obviously be our preference if we're not having to deal with all that cash. But yes, I mean, it's certainly something that we're more than willing to discuss with the county, and always open to ideas on how we can, you know, manage the rally more effectively. I mean, it's by far our biggest special event that we work. I mean, clearly, and it's something that I believe we put a lot of time and effort into, but that doesn't mean we can't learn and improve going forward.
Well, I know it costs the Department of Revenue a lot of money to have your agents out here. I don't doubt that at all. But I also believe, like with the $500 food bond, you know, the majority of that money goes to the state. A small portion goes to the city, and of course at that time none came to the county. I believe you would reap great benefits if the bond structure was altered significantly. When you see the prices charged, it just makes no sense. And I believe, as I have publicly stated, so I will say it to you too, that it's discriminatory to the permanent license holders because they are subject, they have to have all kinds of data when DOR comes in for an audit. I would love to sit down and have a dialogue, because it has been a concern of mine for at least 3 decades.
Okay, let's bring the conversation back to the ordinance that we have before us.
Well, it is our ordinance before us because it will be the main generator sales tax for
I
us.
understand, but at the same time, let's have a conversation about this ordinance.
I have one clarification for Doreen. You mentioned this was a revenue to the county. This isn't really a revenue to the county. This is an offset of owner-occupied taxes. So, regardless of what it costs the county to run the rally, we don't get revenue from this. It's just.
Oh yeah, we don't. Yeah.
The fund will get revenue from the rally. Yes.
The citizens could benefit from.
Yeah.
But the county.
The city and the state, it goes into general fund. This is designated strictly for owner occupied, so it does not offset anything else.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? And/or action.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading of Ordinance 60 with change to the change that's noted, as well as the change to section 5 and 6 as noted.
Motion and second on the floor to approve Ordinance 60 with the changes that we discussed. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, let's take a roll call vote. Commissioner Wysorick? Commissioner Severn? Commissioner Liggett?
Aye.
Commissioner Creed?
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. I want to thank you for being.
Need a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt the ordinance as
Motion second on the floor to adopt the ordinance as passed. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I want to thank you, Commissioner Heidi Schell Secretary Heidi Schell for being with us today. Appreciate your time. And let's take
thank you.
Let's take about.
I thank you too.
Let's take a short break.
Thank you.
This brings us to H on the agenda, which is planning. Go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Big.
okay. On the KPI report this month, for the month of June, we took in 70 permits, and within my KPI, it breaks it out of how many permits were issued for each item: 53 residential, 17 contractor licenses, 15 building, 4 approaches, wastewaters, 5 variances, and 5 plats, and 1 demo permit. We're still, let's see here. April's meeting was light. April's meeting was light, which was nice to have for once compared to last month's. Working through GIS, addressing and creating and altering roads. Staff happenings right now. We received 220th Street draft agreement. Working with the city of Piedmont on an ETJ agreement. So I've kind of been busy with some other items moving through the office. Within that packet are the charts and the dollar amounts of what we took in. Are there any questions?
How's the building permits compared to last year?
We are. So the current month, we're actually down quite a bit. If you go down to the total project cost, the fees, total fees there. So we took in 45, we're down to 17. We're actually down a little, but hopefully things will pick back up again. But I know we've kind of been struggling to get some new residential permits.
Careful what you ask for. It seems like
I know.
you've been plenty busy.
Once I'll have plenty.
Any other questions for Ms. Vig? Not, let's go down to H2, which is the final plat of lots 1 and 2 blocks.
So, Mr. Freitag is not here today, but I'm fine with this, representing this plat. This is a resolution. It is over 8 lots, so it comes before you to sign the plat for the final. It has water or all the water is in. Roads meet the ordinance 10 requirements. A nice looking subdivision. And then it will sit for 20 days, and then we'll record it afterwards.
Is there anybody from the public here to speak to this agenda item? Seeing nobody, Commissioner Wyzorek is planning chair. Do you have any issues or comments?
No, it's final plat. All the infrastructure's in and been inspected, so lots are ready to sell with infrastructure in.
Any other questions, comments, and/or action? He's not in the room, but as long as it passes by 3 votes, we'll be fine. Any questions, comments, and/or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the final plat.
I'll second.
Motion and second on the floor to approve the final plat. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes
Aye.
3.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not opposing. I'm voting for it. I feel so. I'm voting for it. So.
Okay. So there was 3. It's 3-0.
With the second.
It's 3 with 1 abstaining, and
Excuse me.
Commissioner Creed out of the room.
Yeah. 3 with 1 abstaining. Second was H3, variance request, ordinance 34.
Wesley from Long Branch is here to represent the project.
Yes, sir, if you'd like to come forward. Brief moment, if you introduce yourself and explain the project.
Hi, my name is Wesley Siebdreth. I represent Long Branch Civil Engineering. We are doing a replat here of these 2 lots in Meade County. There's right up against a lot in Pennington County, but the main focus here is the variance we're requesting. Item 3 is for the commercial lot, so that'd be to the west there. The rear yard setback is to the west side of the lot, and we're just requesting to go from 25 to 8 feet on that.
Question, anybody from the public here to speak for or against this? Anyone in the commission, questions, comments, or action?
Just a couple comments. So this one and the next one are the same. There's two variances being sought. They're replatting to make that, which would be the lot that's going to be on the top as the picture, that land usable. The access is going to be on the west side, which is a commercial industrial area. And you'll have the house on this side. So they requested the variances on the setbacks, and given they're doing it all together, the planning board recommended to the commission the approval of the variance.
Ms. Big, no issues with staff?
No.
Well, I have a question. That proposed building, the access is not coming from Saratoga.
That's correct.
You add that to the plat, because I don't, looks like it's commercial. I mean, this is the commercial.
Yeah, it'll be a commercial building. Yep.
Seems maybe fitting to have no access to Saratoga.
Yeah, I think that's think that's probably a good point from the standpoint of, and I think that was actually discussed a little bit the first time they were in front of us. And I can't remember if we actually made that a condition of the plat.
We did not.
But, and since this isn't the plat, it's a variance, the motion would be to approve the variance with the condition that the plat has a no access to Saratoga and access is limited to, what's the street there on the west?
Oh, I believe it's API Road, I think is what it's.
Or even, along those lines. So,
yeah.
Merritt comes off of Merritt.
Comes off of Merritt,
And
yeah.
API
Merritt
comes off of.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that would be the motion, Commissioner Liggett, if you condition the variance on it.
Yeah, I am. Commissioner Creed, did you have something to say?
He's a contractor, so it's just going to be general storage for his equipment and whatnot.
Any other questions, comments, interaction?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to approve the variance request. There was no conditions from the planning board, correct?
Correct.
But I'm going to add a condition for no access to Saratoga for that property. I added to the plan.
Wait a second. So just to be clear, Commissioner Liggett, and I should have asked you, Commissioner Wyzorek, on the last one as well, but you're fine with how this motion reads from planning? We could basically copy paste this motion, but add the plat needs to include no access to Saratoga. Would that be fair to say? Would that make your job easier? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, you could basically reiterate the motion that was recommended to the commission with the extra condition that there be no access.
Okay. And to go back to the last one, Commissioner Wyzorek, I assume that would apply to the last one that you made on H2. Don could just copy paste that last motion.
Yeah, it's just a motion to approve the final plat.
Yep. Okay. So the motion from planning. So we are at H3 though. So the motion is to approve what the planning is recommending, but add that the plat includes no access to Saratoga. That's correct. Okay. Any discussion to that motion? Who made the second?
I seconded it.
Okay. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
We got number 4. This is the house lot then.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so the item 4 would be for the residential lot. We're requesting to go from 25 to 22.5 on the rear yard setback. That's just, the house is existing and the deck is already existing on that house. And that property owner is different. So that's kind of the whole thing here. We're moving that lot line to allow for the building in the back, but to keep the setbacks very close to what the ordinance requires.
Anyone here to speak to this? None? Questions, comments? Commissioner Wyzorek.
Yeah, so a little bit different from what they were requesting. We're not giving the variance, we're allowing the encroachment, which is slightly different because for the existing deck. And not in the motion, but which I believe it was, well, I'm going to include now because I thought it was actually, pretty sure it was included in the motion as made by planning, is that if the deck is rebuilt, that they'll bring it into the 25-foot setback. So I'm going to make a motion to approve a variance by allowing a 2.5-foot encroachment by the deck into 25-foot rear yard setback, conditioned on if the deck is ever rebuilt, they bring it into compliance. 5-foot setback.
I'll second.
Motion is second on the floor, so to be clear, it's essentially what planning gave for a motion, except with the condition that if they rebuild the deck, that has
They
to
have to go, yeah, the variance goes away and they have to be within, it got to be 25 feet.
Don, does that make sense and clear to you? Would you turn your microphone on, please?
Can you please repeat, if the deck is rebuilt, it has to go back to...
Has to be come into compliance with the full setback.
Any other questions, comments, discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's go to H5, which is variance request ordinance 10. Anybody here?
Shannon Bosnick is here from
Come
Baseline to
forward,
represent.
Shannon.
Yep, he has a couple to go.
Get comfortable, huh? Mr. Bosness, go ahead.
Okay, Baseline Surveying, or Shannon from Baseline Surveying. This firm representing Mrs. Huckins, where this variance is basically asking, it's within Ordinance 10, Article 3.3.2.1 for a private access road width, which the actual requirement is full 28 foot. The roads within this and the private access, which these are existing roads between these two homes that have been in existence for some time. So they vary in between 16 and 18 feet, starting from Highway 79 to the house to the south. So we are asking for a variance to allow those roads to exist in their existing condition. So.
Hey, anyone from the public here to speak to this? Commissioner Wyzorek, Dad from Planning Me.
Yeah, so generally if you're in a situation like this where they were coming new without structures, we probably wouldn't waive it, but this is a long time established homes, so you kind of know where everything is. The board was comfortable with recommending waiver with a couple of conditions on that, as set forth there: no further dividing, and no ADUs being allowed. The ADU is something, there's no subdividing, that was something we consistently done. The ADU discussion is something I think you're going to see is when we're starting to give these variances that where they don't have to build our spec, that they don't add extra living in these areas. So those were the conditions recommended that the commission should adopt. And these match the conditions, I think, on the platting too, or did we have plating conditions too? So this would match what they conditioned the platting for too.
Okay, I see the motion is fairly detailed. Is this an appropriate motion to come from us, in your opinion?
Well, yeah, because it's required to come from us for the variance.
No, I understand. Is this how they have this detailed? That this is what you would like to see in a motion from?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the motion recommended by the planning. To have that kind of detail with the restrictions.
Yeah. The remainder of government lot 2, that 25 acres, that's not required to be platted.
We don't have a requirement to plat remainders, no.
So essentially, somebody, since it's unplatted, somebody could come in for a building permit on that remainder.
No, they would have to plat it. They would have to plat it.
less than 40.
Because it is under 40. Under 40. Yep.
Yeah, we had that discussion too, and there is enough frontage on 79, I think, and we were actually going to confirm with the DOT that there was an approach area, I think, on the plat, not on this.
Well, I know they are building an approach, so I
they
think
must have the permit. Yeah.
Yep. So there's, along with that government lot, there's another adequate quarter of 160, or another 40, in there. So, and so that there's a buyer for the remainder of that property. Plans on building one home back there, have some animals. So, but again, and if he ever changed his mind, he'd have to come back to do some platting. So.
Any other questions, comments, and/or action?
Make a motion to approve the variance subject to the conditions as set forth in the recommended motion.
I'll second.
Motion on the second on the floor. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 6.
This one will have 2 variances on it, so I'll need 2 motions. How the planning board had separated them.
Shannon Boston Spaceline Surveying again. This plat, the variance request by the owners is the right-of-way width of Eden Road. That road plan called?
Master transportation.
Master transportation plan. Basically states 120-foot wide road right-of-way. Anytime platting occurs, we dedicate that share to create that width. On this one, we are asking to dedicate 7 feet, which would make the whole right-of-way an 80-foot right-of-way. It does match platting from each side of it recently, so we are asking for that. And one of the main reasons it does fit past platting of the right-of-way, but also we have a home that once we plat that or dedicate that 7 foot, that home is within under 2 feet from that right-of-way. So that home was built in the 60s. So again, we're asking a variance on that one for a 7 foot dedication. And then again, same thing for the private access road width. These are 2 existing homes. The driveways are established and have been for some time. So we're just asking for a 14-foot wide private drive access to the 2 lots being platted, so, rather than the required 28-foot.
Anyone here to speak to this from the public? Commissioner Wyzorek? Dad?
No, we're struggling a bit, frankly, in the planning as some of these widths and these dedications we've talked about. Tanya's been working through an ordinance addressing some issues. When the road plan was done, some of these major arterials are way out in the country, and they will be primary routes, and they kind of are. Like, it was because we're kind of limited to these north-south routes, but it seems to be a lot of land to dedicate it for a right-of-way that 50, 60, 70 years before we're ever going to need it, and maybe won't even then. So we've been given, you're seeing more of these variances that I think we'll see perhaps some work on the ordinance that will do away with some of these variances. The issue with the house being up close, there was quite a bit of conversation on that. I think it's just one of those situations where it was built so long ago, or nobody was paying attention to looking at the rules, that it's just one of those things we're just going to have to live with.
I mean, honestly, that house might have been built before Eden Road was platted.
Any Any other questions, comments, and/or action?
Question, Shannon. The current right-of-way width says 66. You're adding 7. But I'm assuming there's a 6 or a 7 foot that's platted on the other side of the road.
There is not yet, no, but that would be the plan. If they ever replatted, we'd take 7 feet from that side, so.
Right. And the remaining portion, I think, of each.
Both sides, I think, on this is where we're at is 80.
Yeah, as you go further west, I know both sides are platted.
Yes, yep.
Any other questions, comments, and/or action?
We'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to accept the requirements from planning. Same as.
Hey, and this will road width. Yeah, the road 120 feet. Yeah. Yep. We'll do.
I'll second that. Point out where you see again there's no ADUs going through there. Well, especially with this one with the house.
So, motion is second on the floor to accept the planning board's recommended motion for the width, road width, for the first one. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
And then I'll make a motion to approve the variance request for the private access road with the conditions that were set by the planning as well.
Okay, motion is second on the floor to accept the recommendation from the planning board and approve this variance. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's go down to H7.
Shannon Boston's again, same piece of property. This variance request is from Ordinance 34, Articles 2.1.6 and 2.1.7, which basically states the requirement for a 25-foot setback from any right-of-ways to existing structures. So with this variance, we're requesting that setback from the right-of-way line to the existing house to be 1.6 feet. So just a small ask. So.
It's not an encroachment.
Right.
Anyone from the public here?
It is in the good.
Anyone here from the public wish to speak to this? Anyone come forward? Questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Wazorek.
Yeah, this has to do with that. Or I'll tell you the only question I've got on this, and I kind of throw it to whether the variance should have a requirement that you can't. I kind of, like I said, I don't see Eden Road being thoroughfare within decades. The only concern you'd have is if they house if you ever go in. But
I mean, this was a problem that was created 60 years ago.
yeah, well, it's kind of like that house by Fort Meade that's right up next to the section line, and they're like, oh my God, you built the road right next to my house. Well, you built the house right next to the section line. If you're going to own that house, I don't know why you would add to it at that location. That was the only other consideration. Thinking back through. But I'm kind of, I guess I'm acceptable to just pass it clean without trying to put that condition on, and if somebody does, they're just taking it.
I mean, to me, we've got additional right-of-way on. That was something probably not planned for in there. Purchase the house. I don't know. But I'm fine with the way it sits.
Back in the day, when Dale Hammock was a commissioner. He took me for a ride around town. This is when Sly Hill was coming down. And he was not gonna push me off the road, I don't think. But he envisioned Eden Road being one of the main thoroughfares through the county, and for the state to put in a third exit coming into Sturgis onto Eden through that way. Pat shaking his head. And that way to divert rally traffic and eliminate Sly Hill and everything else. Pat, what are you thinking after you? Can you?
Okay.
But that's been quite a while, and even though there's been some growth, I don't see an exit going in there anytime soon.
I don't either. Yeah, well, yeah.
But
yeah,
who
that was
knows?
before Fort Meade Way was built.
Yeah.
Any questions, comments to this variance? Request, I should say.
He was a proponent of both because he owned the land adjacent to Fort Meade Way, that and that.
Let's
Make a motion to approve the variance request as stated by planning.
motion second on the floor to approve the variance request as stated by planning. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Go to H8.
All right, Shannon Vostitz again. I'm speaking on behalf of Kurt Stockert. He's also present with us in the audience, so if we have any questions for him, he is here. So this request is for a private access road. It's within Ordinance 10, Article 3.3.2.1. Again, we've seen this on previous ones where the required road width for a private access road is 28 feet. This one is an existing road also, and the existing driving surface of this road is 14 feet. So Kurt is asking for the road width to remain, get a variance so that road width is 14 feet versus the 28.
Mr. Stockert, do you have anything to add? If so, would you come forward, please, and speak in the mic? If you just identify yourself, sir, thank you for being here.
Stockert, I'm the landowner. I do plan to widen the road. I think 14 feet is a little small, so within time I do plan to widen that road.
Anyone else from the public here to speak to this? Commissioner Wyzora, that's some of the discussion you guys had.
Yeah, this was similar to the other ones. The one thing, and I think this was an oversight, is we didn't add the ADU restriction to this one. So I would recommend that adding the restriction of no ADU. Yes.
So we got a motion, the second on the floor to accept the planning board's recommended motion, but to add the restriction of no ADUs. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner Wyzorek?
For discussion, my only comment on this this one is the plat, preliminary plat. There's
No
red lines-
mother-in-law's house.
Comments on that. There's red lines and comments on that, and I would generally expect that not to come to the commission.
This is ordinance under Ordinance 10, though. So, because there's an issue on the plat still on his dedication, So the plat is not yet in front of the commission.
The final?
I agree,
Well,
Talbot,
oh,
but
sorry.
my point is that there's errors and omissions still on the plat or on the documentation. So I think that may have been a timing issue to get through planning's office. So we could table it for a month, not necessarily. There are timelines for these things.
I don't see the plat in front of us on the agenda.
Oh, but it's in the documentation.
Oh, yeah. We're not approving that.
Yeah.
We're not approving the plat. We're just approving the variance.
That was on the consent calendar, though, correct?
Oh, well.
It should.
What you brought up has nothing to do with the motion before us.
It does not.
Okay.
It's just a comment to the
Okay.
submitter.
Yeah, I guess we have to look at that.
Yeah. So we do have a motion and second on the floor to accept the planning board's recommended motion, but to add the restriction of no ADUs to that motion. So any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you guys for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you find any more rattlesnakes on your footsteps this morning?
No, I did not. Thank goodness.
This would be a perfect time to bring up. Is there something else you'd like to add to how you'd
No,
like?
that's fine. I was just making a statement on that.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and I think Rich is correct when you get down to the plat. The red lines are still all over the plat.
Okay.
And that's not part of that variance request.
No, but it's on
part
the
of-
plat even in the preliminary and the consent. So I just double checking that. So it's a good point. Just FYI on this, because even their plat, the diagram shown is he hasn't dedicated the additional 27 feet. And we told him.
So
needs-
Mr. Stockert has, after Planning Commission, we have discussed the 27-foot. He is going to dedicate the Avalanche Road.
Okay.
Additional 27. So that's why you did not see that variance. We had pulled it off.
Yeah.
We had decided to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Busy
Thank
day
you.
today. Yep. Let's go down to I1, which is a fireworks display application. This came in somewhat late, which is, I did hesitate. Came in Saturday or Sunday. Sunday, I guess, but it did get added to the agenda. I guess that we hit the appropriate amount of time. I'm trying to make a point that I don't like things coming in late. We do have deadlines.
Mr. Chair, I did express that in an email to him.
And you did, yes, and I appreciate that. And this wasn't too late to get on the agenda as we have in the past, but we do like to see things come in by Wednesday, Thursday. So we're all busy and we don't. It seems like when we get these updated emails, it's something's added. So you can blame me because I did add this. It is an application to have a fireworks display. That's fine. I know you like to do that anyway. Is there any questions, comments, and/or action on this?
Awful dry.
No, I was going to go on. I'm not going to support it. Depending on what the motion is, I don't think I can, in good conscience, especially when the wind's blowing 25, 30 outside and we're about 110 degrees, that I can support this.
Mr. Sellner, we do have the availability to call Michael Sellner on his cell phone if you want to speak to him directly.
Anybody have a desire to speak to him directly?
Michael Sellner, he's done a lot of local shows for years.
I guess I'm thinking of prior pyrotechnic things, requests that we've gotten from like the Full Throttle and from Buffalo Chip. And they've always been, I want to say, confined to metal type obstacles when they've come off the stages and stuff, and they've had everything about fire trucks and everything else like this, and
it does appear he has tried to contact Chief Scott Lenzagrav, I don't think he's been gotten back to him.
That's been tied up with his dad.
Scott has been tied up. So, but with that said, usually we require at least a blessing from the local fire chief on stuff. Anyway, if someone would care to make a motion on that, otherwise it could just die for lack of motion.
I don't believe we are any longer in a moderate fire danger level as stated in this.
And that changes daily. But
And I could probably support if we were in a fire danger situation happening. But good.
Well, between now and then, obviously.
I'll make a motion to deny it because it was provided late and it doesn't have any order commentary from the fire department.
I'll second.
Motion second on the floor to deny this request. Any discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I just think the fire danger is way too high, and when you got this kind of fire danger and somebody's rushing in at the last minute trying to get approval, it doesn't give us time to make sure the safety mechanisms be in place.
Like 800.
I would agree. I've already stated my comments. Any other discussion to that motion? Hearing none, the motion is to deny this request. Any discussion to that motion anymore? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, brings us down to K, which is the budget request. Don has done a good job of getting this put together for us all. A lot of work goes into this by her and her office, and she's so lucky to have a runoff election going on at the same time. I'd say with everything going on, you've done a tremendous job getting this to us.
As long as Robin can guarantee us the money.
Exactly right. Let's just go down. I don't anticipate, obviously, if Commissioner wants to take action, it is on the agenda, so we could pass our provisional today. I don't think we're necessarily ready yet. I'd prefer to wait till our next meeting. A couple things a couple of these departments I'd like to visit with, Highway in particular, Sheriff as well as maybe moving some things over to assignments. And so I don't think we're necessarily ready to pass the provisional today. But it's a good time. I set this up to department heads want to come in and talk to us about their budgets, or if we have questions about their budgets, it's a good time for us to ask. So we can go down these line item by line items. I take it that most everybody has had the chance to look over these budgets, or we could just stop and we could just go to the ones that people want to highlight on. So is there anything in Commission? Elections. Elections is one that although the budget line item isn't very big, it would be somewhere we could assign quite a bit of that stuff, just simply because we more than likely won't have an election next year. Judicial system.
Elwood, do you have any other, or can either one of you have any more information on this combination proposal? And if so, will Meade County be getting more, and will we get more added costs? And will any of the other counties help offset any of our judges' costs?
I have no information. They are doing public comment sessions in
late August.
Yeah, in all the counties up here. This is a rules proposal change from UJS. They take public input and frankly, I don't know what will happen. This is supposed to be just the administrative level, but the discussion is that the judges will be traveling more. They're not adding any positions in Pennington County. They're taking some of the travel obligations away from them because of their workload size, is my understanding at this point. But it's subject to change, and I basically have no information on it. No one's happy with it at this point.
Yeah.
We're happy with the status quo for our judges.
So you think the judges will do the traveling?
Correct.
That ought to make them happy.
You know, our 4 judges, typically circuit judges, they cover the northern counties every other week. Mondays and Tuesdays, they travel up north for counties that don't have a permanent sitting judge. And that rotates between our judges. Pennington County judges do the same for their southern counties that don't have sitting judges. I don't know their schedules, but they travel. And I don't know the numbers, but it appears that the workload in the Pennington County judges is heavier than it may be for our circuit judges.
Well, yeah, thank God we don't have the crime they've got.
So that appears to be the intent, is to lighten some of that load. There may be some expense information as well that hasn't been shared yet, but hopefully it will be shared at the August meetings.
Any questions on judicial? Put on to auditor. Don, do you have anything to add? And I should have, if you had anything to add on elections since you're here, would you add to this? It's pretty cut and dry, most of these budgets are.
The biggest addition is the professional services and fees, because we are getting charged for collections. So we get I think it's a 25% fee that we pay the collections agency for the amount that they're sending to us.
And how much more has come in than years prior?
I don't have that number in front of me, but we've already exceeded our budget of what we planned on for revenue.
What was that number? Do you remember? Okay.
Can I look?
See, he expects you to be a human computer. Or human AI number.
It's all right. So it's above and beyond what we're paying, obviously.
Right.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for auditor? If not, let's go down to treasurer. Your Commissioner Creed, your liaison to that department.
You know, she's wanting to continue to stay closed till 4:30. I mean, closing at 4:30. But he's really thinking that they may need to add an additional staff member if the stuff from the state continues to be as inaccurate and as haphazard.
Okay, any other questions for treasurer? If not, let's go to state's attorney.
Michelle is prepping for a trial that's scheduled for Thursday and Friday, so I'll be answering any questions you may have. I think the primary change we had was in witnesses. Past several years, we have exceeded our budget. The primary expense we have there is in abuse and neglect cases. For Indian Child Welfare Act, we are required to have testimony from a qualified expert witness at least twice as the case concludes. And there's just statutory requirements. We have to do that. And at present, it's $1,800 a pop for testimony.
And that's under the exam polygraph investigation?
That's the witnesses.
Okay, because that was a big jump too.
Yes.
Is that one? What was that one for?
The polygraph?
Yeah.
That's just been our, historical expenses have been there.
Well, the activities hasn't, but because 25's activity was 18,000. We budgeted 38,000, and then we only budgeted 8,000 this year for whatever reason. But the activity was at 18,000.
Well, how many trials have we had lately?
that have gone through.
Yeah, because it seems like you spend a lot of time preparing and then they get settled.
That's historically what happens, yes. The feeling is defendants get to that brink and they don't want to roll the dice, or their attorneys point out flaws in the case one way or the other, and things get settled. We recently had one that got postponed rather than settled. There's a rather major case with the kidnapping. And there was just issues that developed at the last minute, so it had to be postponed rather than settled and have a plea.
What is the case she's working on?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
She's had her door shut, and we haven't had much of a conversation in the last week.
Okay, so have we had 2 trials last year, 1 trial, no trials?
I don't have the information, I'm sorry.
Mr. Weiser, you're the liaison. Do you have anything to add to this budget?
Don't.
Could you get that explanation for me, Ken? Or you could have Michelle email me, or you can email me on that line item, please. Thank you. Facilities.
So there is one note that I've got on here that is for a quote that I'm waiting for on the new cooling and heating system for the kitchen area in the jail. We've got an old heat pump that's mounted above the ceiling that's very near the end of its life, probably past the end of its life, honestly. And unlike the other ones that we were able to remove, this one's not coming out of there easily. Built above a secure ceiling. There's tons of sprinkler pipes under it and other piping that the unit's large enough that it just physically can't come out with like some really major surgery. So I'm looking at alternative options for that. I've got a quote for a split system that would serve just that area, but right now all I have is the quote for the equipment itself. We're going to need some labor from the Action Mechanical contractor to see what it's going to take to install that, and I'm supposed to meet with them on Thursday this week to go over some of that. But I can tell you the equipment is not cheap. It's about $17,000 for the unit. So I'm anticipating, honestly, anywhere from probably $25,000 to $30,000 to make this happen.
So that's on top of the 65?
Yes. I normally run $60,000 in that budget just for repairs on the building, and I upped that $5,000 to help cover the rising costs for, heat pump replacements or anything like that we've got to do.
So that line item could be 95, just 100. We could.
Somewhere in there is what I'm anticipating.
Would you get some price quotes for more than just Action?
What's that?
Would you get some price quotes on that from more than just Action?
We can.
I know I bought my unit from Tessiers, and but they're not cheap.
Yeah, the quote that I got for this is through a GNR Controls. They came up and put all this together, so they've got a fair amount of time already into that. It's a pretty big project, and that's actually going to involve us rewiring a bunch of stuff in-house as well. But there's going to have to be roof penetrations to set the unit on the roof. It's going to have a new outdoor unit and stuff like that. So it's a kind of major surgery.
Is that going to affect our new roof?
Well, hopefully not. If they do it right. It will be mounted on top of the new roof, though. There's really nowhere else to put an outdoor unit along the side of the building there or anything, because it's all walkway around there. I mean, we looked at by the freezer there possibly, or maybe even above the freezer, but
yeah.
And we're still looking at that option maybe, depending on if they can run their line set that far.
Yeah, because they can only run the lines, 25 feet?
On this type of unit, it could be longer than that, I think.
So, you want to throw that under the maintenance costs, or should that be like under improvement, other than buildings or something like that? Because it's a one-time cost, and
it could be something that might be better assigned, I guess.
Because otherwise, it's just going to get built in your budget, and it should be.
Yeah. Well, the old unit, that building's 30-some years old, so that's...
Oh, we got our money out of that unit.
Well, that's what they're telling me. The life expectancy is around 30 on even the new units going in. So
yeah, we could throw that in assignments. Could you make a note of some of these that we're looking at possibly throwing
I think
into
that
assignments?
one-time expense would be a better spot for it.
yeah, that makes sense to me.
This currently isn't in the budget that we're looking at, though. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's about, if we'd say 35,000, that's a pretty good guess on that.
I would estimate, yeah.
So if we'd just get that down for assignments, so.
Then I'll know more, within a week or two for sure.
Just let us, just let us know on that.
And then the only other item I have in there that's kind of over and beyond what is my normal budget is that snow removal equipment at the bottom. Right now we've got an old Yamaha Rhino that the Weed and Pest Department gave us probably, 10, 12 years ago, and it's deteriorated to the point where it won't run anymore, and it's not worth putting any more money into it. It was kind of a backup unit for us. We didn't really use it all the time, but I am interested in getting something that we use more often to quickly clean the sidewalks and maybe even some other stuff around the parking lots, versus using that lawn tractor all the time. Just because I feel like when we have smaller snowfalls, that thing's still pretty slow. When you got to go around all the blocks and whatnot. So I think like a UTV or another UTV, we've already got the plow set up for it, or maybe even an ATV might be beneficial to us, because there's also a lot of times where we get the snow when we're kind of between seasons and we still have the mower deck on the lawn tractor, and that makes it tough to plow around some of our uneven sidewalks and whatnot, and it doesn't come off very quickly.
Do you have a brush on anything?
The only brush I have is we've got some brush attachments for our handheld stuff, and then we have a brush that's more of a parking lot sweeper, though, because it collects the junk. It doesn't really brush it off.
That'd be something to look at. I mean, if you're looking at something that would plow, would it be a plow brush option? Because, if you're going around all of them,
I don't think that'd be any faster, really, for what I'm looking at accomplishing with this ATV. It's just more quickly pushing off the perimeter of all of our sidewalks and stuff.
Well, that's what I mean. If you got a new four-wheeler or a new ATV, and had a blade option or a brush option,
I'd have to look into that brush.
Events, maybe a brush would be.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at those kind of attachments for that particular application, but definitely be worth looking at. From what I've seen with our other ones, they're definitely slower than blading stuff off, but maybe they make something that's angled that might be quicker on that.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I've seen them downtown Rapid. That's why I'm asking.
Have you? Okay. Yeah, definitely be worth looking into that.
ATVs or the end.
They're on a not really an ATV.
Yeah.
Gotta add hydraulics.
Well, yeah, you'd have to have something to turn that. So, true.
Tool cats, I see them on
Tool cats,
there you go.
Yeah, but tool
Yeah,
cats.
those units are probably 30, 40,000, I'm guessing.
No.
More than that?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
For tools.
Yeah.
They're very expensive.
Very, very expensive.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes nice to have those brooms when you're alone to get the snow.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the machinery.
Well, why don't you kind of get a better idea what you're looking for?
Okay.
I mean, there's even a big difference between the UTV or
Yeah, cost-wise, there's probably double.
Yeah, because you're at the you're for a utility vehicle, you wouldn't, for 20 grand, you're not going to be able to afford any snow removal equipment with it.
No,
So-
not if you bought something new for sure.
Yeah. So why don't you
I'm
get a
leaning
better-
more towards just an ATV with a blade set up on
Sure.
it, you know, and I think that would definitely fall within that 20 for sure.
Just get a better idea what you think you want. And
Yeah, I'll get some hard price quotes on
Yeah.
some of that.
Okay. Any other questions for facilities? Severin, you got anything to add, Ms. Liaison? Okay, let's move down to DOE.
Good almost afternoon, Commission. The notable changes for the DOE budget for 2026 is $1,000 higher in repairs and maintenance for vehicles, and I think that just kind of speaks for itself. We tend to get the hand-me-downs from the sheriff's office. We have $700 higher in postage, $1,000 higher in software and computers, which is due to our expected Vanguard increase, which Vanguard hosts our Sketch program, which ultimately goes on to our website. And $1,000 higher in subscriptions due to Marshall and Swift, which is, again, that's our valuing program kind of beyond our control. But we do have a $5,000 decrease in education because conference is in Deadwood next year and school is in Spearfish. I did budget for 5 people from our office to go to both of those because they're local and we can save so much money to get our continuing education. So overall, our budget decrease is $1,250.
Any questions? Mr. Wazorek, your liaison? Dad?
Just the increase are just being driven by offer for the most part. World we live in today.
Register deeds, Commissioner Liggett, and M&P is included in this as well.
We have a server upgrade, I think, but it sounds like the M&P cover that server cost, so it's budgeted.
Veteran service, and those include emergency management. Anything there, Commissioner Creed? I believe you're liaison for those 2 departments.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him at all.
Any questions, comments from anyone else? IT. You walked in the room just the perfect timing, Tony. And Dre needs help with her computer too, by the way. I'm just giving you a hard time. I said Dre needs help with her computer.
No, you were nice enough to get me a connector, and guess, I was running late, and then I forgot my computer.
Oh, yeah, it's hard to charge if it's not here.
It's hard to charge it, but I didn't know Gary came double-fisted, so I have his.
Maybe we could come up with some kind of a Bluetooth connection so you can charge it from home here. I'm kidding.
Okay, well, anything on your budget?
Nothing jumping out. Slight increases on the professional services stuff to go along with the Central Square and usual Tyler Technology increases. And
Salaries, does this include the...
Probably not. I don't think any department has touched salaries. So yeah, we'll have to add. There's this department and facilities now for sure that we'll have to add. Yeah.
Sorry to butt in.
But,
AT, we have a couple assignments that we would like to add. But
I see you have uniforms. Obviously, I don't really have any problems with that. But are those going to be taken care of this year, or you anticipate those for next year?
was that the line item that, Don, was that the line item we were going to add for next year? I'm not...
Or you just want to do that every year, get someone a shirt, basically, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess I have no problem with that.
Adding.
Yep, with our new logo.
Yeah, and so that's where we're going with that. I'm solely referring to shirts that have logos for work.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know if this was in reference to the new staff member, but yeah, if that's the case, well, it is. But you want to add a line item so you can start getting every year get someone a shirt. Which probably people need new shirts every year,
and especially with the IT group, so that everybody knows who they are.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions on IT?
I understand that the new individual has been a big help, and you've certainly had a lot of additional responsibilities this week. How is that working out with Pennington County being here?
Yeah, so not a whole lot to talk about Penco. They're still trying to get out from underneath that. Earlier I mentioned that we were trying to cut up two temporary workstations, one in dispatch, one in treasurer's office. Robin had somebody who wanted to come over to do some motor V stuff, so we're getting the ITI printers set up for that kind of stuff. And then I believe we're getting waived off on the dispatch after going to moving them all to Sioux Falls for dispatching and for that kind of stuff down there. So I don't know if that's going to come up, but we have a spot ready for them, and the dispatch supervisors are ready to pull that trigger if needed.
And so state radio's now up?
No, as far as I know, it's still down. Yeah. I don't know. I believe we got like 3 or 4 computers that are currently running in Pennington right now. Again, I don't know. I'm just surmising.
Well, again, I want to commend you for keeping us safe.
Well, it's you guys that keep us safe. It's the end users.
Okay, anything else within the IT budget? Now let's go down to human resources. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Commissioner Creed, again, you're the liaison over here.
Well, I think her request is self-explanatory there.
Okay, I do too. No questions. Let's keep moving on down to Sheriff West.
Good morning, Commissioners, or I should say good afternoon now. Sheriff Pat West. We'll start with the Sheriff one at first. I'm going to hand out a couple.
Oh, okay.
So basically what I just handed out was the ask for 2 additional sworn deputy positions for 27. Just got some stats attached to that, but I'd like to share briefly, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to highlight the increase in our resident population has gone, since 2010, has gone from 25,453 up to over 30,000. It's pushing 32,000 now. Our calls for service have increased from 9,159 in 2013 to over 21,000 in 2025. Our sworn deputy increases from that same time frame has gone from 17 to 19, which shows that our calls per deputy has rose from 539 per year up to over 1,100 per year, which is a 110% increase. Also, I highlight just the acceleration on the calls for service. From 2021, we had 12,700 to up over 21,000 in 2025. So I'll let you guys digest that. Just taking that into consideration, some additional numbers that was shared with
Pat, I want to ask you a question on the population number.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, the 911 board, or whatever it's called, at the state level, has a different funding mechanism after you hit 30,000, isn't it? Is there any way you can convince them to up their contribution to Meade County? Because without an official census, if based on wherever you got your numbers?
Correct. That is a possibility that we could ask them that. After all we're doing for them over this last month, they're probably going to owe us a lot anyway. So.
Well, yes, and as I recall, the chair of that board is a Meade County resident.
That's correct.
Huh?
I think you're right, yes.
And he's down at the National Guard.
We'll have to look into that.
I would
for sure.
use your salesmanship on him.
You bet. Just some additional numbers that Chief Deputy John shared. As far as the civil goes, that's another argument on trying to add more positions. In 2020, we had civil process of 2,622 attempts with fees collected of just about $71,000. That breakdown increases every year up to, in 2025, we had 3,528 civil process attempts and collected $107,800 and some change. So our civil has increased almost 135% since 2013. So take that into consideration with the numbers. The other thing is currently we're running on a couple shifts with only 2 people covering shifts at times. So having an extra deputy available would help fill that shift as far as being able to respond better to calls for service. The other thing is our part-timer, John Roden. I don't know what his status is, but he is going to be some big boots to fill if he decides to pull the plug. He's hinted a few times that he's getting pressure. That may have to happen, but if that does, we're going to have to do some additional adjustments to cover our eastern residents out there. So I wanted to start with that. The other thing, if you under the sheriff, I don't know if you can scroll to the right there, you can see I just highlighted it in red adjustments that we're looking at. The first one, I don't know if you can see that to the right, maybe? Okay. And Don, I apologize for extra numbers in the budget thing that I sent you. I have no idea how they got there, but we ended up taking them out. So first one is the changes I put in red just so we could see them. I'm looking at fuel costs right now, a potential increase for next year. Currently right now I think we're at 42%, so we're doing pretty well as far as that goes. That would be a $20,000 increase with that. The other one is sheriff utilities. Again, I'm basing it off of the previous 2 years before, but I think that 30,000 to 35,000 for a total on that is something that we could look at. The other thing that is significant is the autopsy budget. I'm looking to increase that to 60,000. I know Ms. Creed, you wanted some numbers on that, so I did. I had Sergeant Williams run me some numbers. Just in 2024, we had 83 deaths in Meade County. We did 67 coroner calls. Ended up doing of those 67 deaths, we did 6 autopsies. That ended up being around $12,700. We also had some suicides that we need to take into account. Also, our vehicle traffic crashes that we also are a part of that. So overall, we had, again, in 24, we had 83 deaths. We did, it looks like we did a total of 6 autopsies. In 25, we had a total of 81 deaths, and we ended up doing 62 coroner calls out of those 81 deaths and 16 autopsies in 25. And then 26, our current to date, we've done 43 coroner calls and 9 autopsies as of this date. Now, the increase is not only because of the number of deaths, but also the fee has gone up with Monument Health, and currently right now I think they charge us $350 a day for cooler fees, and then you also have to pay for the autopsy. The autopsy goes anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500 per test on the autopsy. So that's where that number comes from. The next one down is Sheriff Critical Care. After looking at that a little bit closer, I think we could adjust that down to $7,500 based on the previous years rather than the $12,000. So we can probably make an adjustment on that, Don. The other big ask is currently our unmarked vehicles are becoming extremely aged and high mileage. I'm asking for $125,000 to cover 3 unmarked. That would cover 2 investigator vehicles and 1 civil. Right now, again, they're becoming pretty aged and high miles. So, when it comes to the jail and
any questions on the sheriff budget itself? Yeah, go ahead.
So your request is 2 staff, right, and that'd be on patrol.
Yeah, one would be like we would plug that person in, or the new person or whoever. Full-time patrol. The other one, I want that person to focus on pushing our civil papers. And prior to me being here, there were 2 civil deputies at one time where they were running those papers, and things seem to be able to keep up with that. Currently, our numbers are so high that we're having trouble. We're pulling patrol guys out to do our civil stuff, and it's taken away from our patrol stuff. So
and the reason I'm asking, Pat, is one patrol, would that mean another additional car?
No, so JJ and I talked about that. We have the highway safety vehicle that was given to us by the Highway Patrol. We can graduate that into our fleet, and based on that, I think we can absorb the additional deputy with one of our used vehicles, and then we'll look to 28 and see where we're at with that. But as long as we can get additional 3 vehicles, new vehicles like we normally do through our rotation, we'll bring on that extra vehicle that we have in place, and then I think we can absorb the other one for the...
But long term, it would create another vehicle in that rotation.
Well, potentially down the road. I really think the reason that we were in trouble for quite a while is a while back, there were no vehicles given at all, and that put us way behind the 8 ball. So we're slowly doing better now. I don't know what that cutoff line is to start asking for 4 vehicles rather than 3, but I'm going to stay with 3 for now until we figure that out. So
Civil person, would you have a vehicle for them, or they share?
Yeah, that would be part of the absorbed vehicles. Like one of our ones that we're going to take off patrol, we may end up using that longer for the civil side of it. We still need somebody. That person I would expect still to pick up calls, transport inmates. If we need to go to the hospital, we need to go to Yankton, wherever we need to do. Be kind of a hybrid, but his or her focus would be civil process and getting our civil papers done.
And then kind of a follow-up on Yankton. Are we seeing less trips to Yankton?
Yes, well, knock on wood. We haven't been there in over a year, I think.
It seemed like we were like every other week.
Yeah, we've had a few that were on standby, and we were heading that way, but things changed, and we didn't have to go. So one thing I want to add too, if we add the 2 people to uniform them up completely, it's about $4,000 a deputy. $1,400 for the vest, and then you have the gun, the computer, and all that miscellaneous stuff.
Less than a car. Yeah. Had a car written down.
Yeah. If those cars would last 200,000 miles rather than 150, that'd be good. So.
Well, and during those years, the sheriff's office didn't get any cars. They were ordered. They were approved.
Yeah.
But as you know, they just
Yep.
Detroit couldn't deliver.
Right.
And yeah, let's, we need to look over, as I told you the day that Commissioner Creed and I met with you guys over there at the Sheriff's Office and looked at these numbers, I'm still, dust hasn't totally settled on the numbers yet as far as looking at additional people. I know the need.
Understand.
But the 3 unmarked vehicles, obviously again, that's something else I'm going to have to wait and kind of see where everything's at. There's a good chance I'd move that over to assignments versus putting in your budget right now.
Understand.
So, but obviously it's something I'm going to look at here, and we'll keep you in the loop on that.
As I recall, also, we asked the incoming Meade legislator to present a bill to make some statutory changes on how much the sheriff's office can be reimbursed for all these civil papers that are costing us more than we get back in fees. Maybe it would be good if the Sheriff's Association also put together some data about how much it cost and how much taxpayers were eating.
Yes.
To give to Legislator Deering.
Chairman.
Oh, go ahead.
The 125,000 Sheriff West was referring to is not included in his total budget because he was thinking that would be put in assignment.
Yeah, and I think we mentioned it that day. Yeah, it's in the board docs. I didn't correct because I didn't see it on the spreadsheet that you sent out, but it's on the board docs portion of this right here. So that could be fitting to assign some numbers for that. If we think that'd be a little bit more appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
either
seemed
or.
to work pretty well.
Yeah.
Where we
Yep. The other ones, I mean, it's.
And you're not going to outfit them like the patrol vehicles?
No, they would be minimum.
Yeah.
They would have, a small amount of lights, sirens, and then a radio.
Have you talked to Kansas since we met?
Yes, it's all timing. That's available. I just talked to him here a month ago, and you got to get on a list like everything else. But one good thing that comes with them is they already have lights and sirens in the vehicles, and they come out with about 49,000 miles. So, yeah.
I will say back to the additional staff. It is a concern of mine, especially where I live with John. I know he's hinted at stepping down, and he covers a big area. Does probably a lot more than his part-time wage reflects. That as much as he does. So
that's correct.
That's going to be.
He's going to have to change his cell number too.
I think he'll. Yeah, I think if he may just be working for free if he just retires, because I do know people call him directly quite often.
Well, we've made jokes about when he does go, we're going to have him in a glass and break in need of an emergency, break the glass.
Would not be surprised if he's going to be there when something happens. But nonetheless, so there is a concern about possible, because he's part-time now, correct?
Yeah, he's part-time, and then he helps us out not only in the east, but also covers when Mike Walters, the chief in Faith, is gone. And that's a huge asset to us because it's so far up there.
Is there any additional discussions with Faith on partnering?
There's been a hint, but nothing in depth. So, yeah, nothing in depth.
Oh, that's right. And when we last met, you were going to go meet with Piedmont. How'd that go?
Haven't met yet. I've been dealing with Raleigh, but that's on the schedule after that. So
Piedmont has a new mayor.
And I
That's
think,
right.
and Piedmont is, I've just heard through the grapevine, I know they have talked about working something out with Somerset as well. I'm sure you've heard the same.
That'd be great as well.
And yeah, if there's no other questions on the sheriff's, let's jump down to jail.
Yeah, as far as the jail, just straight across, same amount, no change really there.
Contract with NMR seems to be working.
Yep.
From what I understand from Caleb. But you want to report the rest of the commission? Everything seems to be fine there.
Things are going really well, smooth with that situation. No issues at all. Caleb likes what's happening. Also, we've changed the day rate to 108, and I believe we've got a majority of our contracts sent back and signed. We've got a few hanging out there, but those that are hanging out there are still paying the bill. So,
other questions? Let's go down to communications.
Yeah, dispatch is, I think there's pretty much straightforward on that. No other changes. I think there might have been a decrease.
Yeah, utilities.
Yeah, under utilities, we had it at 12 for several years. Obviously, we haven't been using that, so we're gonna drop it down to a safe 7,500.
When I was at the Black Hills Council meeting, most of the counties are looking at increasing their utility budgets 25%. Overall, to conform with not only Black Hills Energy, but MDU and everybody else is raising everything. Might be something we need to,
Any questions on communications?
there's never good news.
Not? Well, thank you, Sheriff West, for coming in today.
Thank you.
Any extension?
Oh, a good narco haul. Is he still in jail? You arrested that guy with all kinds of drugs.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure if he got out.
Okay, county extension. RH director will be leaving. We just got a letter last week. Do you have anything to add, Commissioner Severin, your liaison over there?
No, I responded to her. I haven't heard back yet. Having a conversation. Something like this until we get somebody.
Any other questions, comments? No, let's go to planning. Zoric, liaison of that department.
Yeah. She pretty much just kept it the same. So we've had some conversations about her staffing. A couple more about that. The professional services, push that up. I'm pushing her a bit. That, I mean, she's not short people, but finding how much we can send out to third parties, I might level below engineering. But I wouldn't, though it doesn't look, we're not really diving into that dollar amount.
Any questions for planning? Go down to highways, roads, and bridges. Liggett or Severin?
It looks like we took a little bit off, or added some to gravel. Utilities came up. Probably a good comment on utilities. There'll be some special projects that come into that assignments. Overall, we went down.
Travel and that, I mean, fluctuating like that. I don't know if there's really a way.
The one that line item sticks out to me is the contracted maintenance projects, which the reason for that line item essentially was Haynes Avenue last year. And that's it. He's got it budgeted for $2 million next year, which I don't know is if there's something in mind or if all of that $2 million could possibly go to assignments.
So Elkvale Road reconstruction on those S curves is going to be in that, and we have 10% of that project. And then I believe
the question on Elkvale or Elk Creek?
Elk Creek, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the question on that one, that was something that was approved for assignments this year, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe it was, and I think next year it is scheduled for 27 for construction.
Okay, so it was.
But we could put that in assignments.
But it would also be, because we did this very same thing with Haynes last year. We moved the cash, so we didn't. So that was there because we have to do it. So it might be something that we should do to make sure that project gets done. But that's not necessarily for a conversation for right now.
Yeah.
But
we can break that number down. So
it'll still have to be budgeted, but we may want to move the cash. So that's basically, so this commission approves it essentially because it has to be done.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to lose.
Yeah, and we did it.
Oh, there you are.
That's what we did for
Oh,
Haynes last year because they had to move. We moved the cash last year to this year.
The contracted maintenance projects.
Yes, I wasn't sure about the whole assignment thing, if I was supposed to try to include some of those, the projects that I knew were coming up next year, like the Elk Creek one, for example, and then a couple other lingering ones that kind of on the wish list, but are definitely need to happen sooner rather than later.
And Antelope Creek might have been in that list too. And we can probably push some of that into assignments. We don't know, like Antelope Creek, I don't know if we know sure on until we get the grant. So construction should be next year as well.
Yeah, as long as it's wet this year, it should be constructed next year.
But the Elk Creek, I guess but that's typically under the big.
Oh, the Elk Creek one, but Antelope Creek.
No, the Antelope Creek, isn't that under the? Don't we have a line item for the big grant stuff?
Yes, but we were going to do additional work on that road.
We had, I think, $1 million in there on that road for lowering.
Of that $2 million, then Troy, it'd be helpful if you could itemize that out.
Sure. Yep, I can definitely do that.
And then if we do have to look at the one project in particular that we have to do is that next year has to be done is the Elk Creek Road one. So
that's all let by the DOT.
I know, but
they last week I was contacted by Jason from Bros, and they just need all the documentation for the right-of-way acquisition, the final lot. I thought they had everything except for Mr. Ebert's, which I got that, but then they said, oh, we need the rest of it. And I'm like,
give it to them again.
Yeah.
They don't want to go look at their file.
Yes, but that was the last thing I've heard, but they have the plans. It's all on our end, other than those same documents, everything is there in their hands, so.
They'll push it back through DOT bid letting.
Well, yeah, let's follow up on that.
So, yeah, if you could itemize that $2 million out.
Yep, I can do that, no problem.
And then that's really the only spot that's just sticking out to me as far as this budget goes. Questions on. But yeah, it might be wise if we figure out where that the cash and stuff gets taken care of on the Elk Creek Road one. For sure. Right. Any other questions on highway?
I would like to stress that Elk Creek. I mean, got a board that's familiar with it, read it all the way through. Last thing you really want is or we're closing up shop.
Okay.
I think that'd be beneficial for you, for Bros, and for the state.
I agree.
And then,
so you could convey that and tell Bros.
Okay.
And if you could, the next question then, Ria, would be for you, is if you could look back at what we did with Haynes Avenue. We did the same as far as making sure we put money in the highway account and everything. Okay. Any other questions on highway? Weed and Pest, do you have any updates for Weed and Pest? I know it's not, you probably don't work on Weed and Pest.
Yeah, Nate did that one, and honestly, I didn't really question it, I guess, so.
I don't necessarily see anything. Oh. Okay, the all other expenses is basically just a bunch of expenses. Any questions on any of that?
It's like a minimal increase from Black Hills County.
Yeah, it's going to be a set annual thing.
Nothing was changed as far as the outside agency. We just kept the numbers in here is what we approved last year. Obviously, that's not necessarily what we have to do, but that's just, we just kept those the same. The note, the operating transfers out has a zero balance on it now because you can't really figure that until you know what different things like highway needs and stuff like that. No other questions on that. Let's go to projected revenues. Commissioner Creed, Don, and Robin, and Rhea and I sat down one afternoon and went through the revenue. We didn't add anything. We just kept the current property taxes for general the same. We added the max 3% to the secondary roads as well as the public library. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So general, we didn't add anything. Obviously, that's not saying which way we're not recommending anything. We're just going to wait and see what the numbers. Any other question to these revenue numbers?
We found no pots of gold.
No pots of pot either.
No. And we kept that fee the same.
There's no other questions. Let's move on to...
We did want to relook at our fees for variances and building and
probably
all that stuff.
Be nice to do that in conjunction with
Right.
Brings us down to consent. If there's no questions on that, so I'd suggest everybody meet with your departments that your liaisons over, and that try the biggest thing. Yeah, if you could get some of those itemized numbers, and we can maybe figure out what we could put into assignments. That currently, just rough figuring, we're about $700,000 short on revenue compared to expenses. Is that correct, Don?
And that's without
any raises in pay or additional staff members.
Yeah.
That's been asked about by your departments.
800,000, 808,000.
808,000. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. All right. If there's no more questions, comments, and/or action on that, let's move down to consent. Do I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Motion and second on the floor to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Calendar is approved. Got a motion to go into executive session for personnel, legal, and contractual.
I'll make a motion go into executive for personal, legal, and contractual, and
union. Thank you. I have a second.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor to go into executive session for personal, legal, and contractual, and union. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Non-executive session. and then we got two things. There's no action. I'm going to call the meeting back to order and declare us out of executive session at 5 minutes to 2. And we've completed all of our business and the agenda, and I'll declare us adjourned.